I see ASEAN awakening, an economic powerhouse to the world. The ASEAN potential is a result of a multipolar world. Today, ASEAN is still attractive for foreign direct investments. It offers cost competitiveness, a growing young population, and a rising middle income. Despite the pandemic, ASEAN could grow its FDI inflows by over 40% in 2021, setting a new record against pre-pandemic times. ASEAN is the third largest FDI destination after the US and China. The total trade value of ASEAN is close to $2.5 trillion. Singapore as a transshipment hub and financial center saw about $1 trillion in trade volume alone. The potential of ASEAN is also due to greater technology adoption, and there's a growing potential for ESG transition investments estimated at $1 trillion. We have helped clients unlock ASEAN's potential, and I hope to see many more achieve the same success. We are ready to support with our regional capabilities. We have a foreign direct investment advisory unit to help our clients to set up in new markets. We also have product capabilities and systems across cash, trade, and supply chain management. And our people have deep sector and local market knowledge to address pain points and provide banking solutions and services. Our clients are also supported by dedicated ESG teams on their transition plans. Today, with China emerging as the second largest economy, integration with ASEAN will serve as a new growth engine. We continue to see increasing trade flows between China and ASEAN at about $900 billion. The rich natural resources of ASEAN allow it to benefit from the trade with both China and the West. However, it also has a diverse culture, language, and regulations. So what businesses need is to make that diversity work for them. What we would like to do is to connect our clients to cross-border trade with and within ASEAN. We want to build the future of ASEAN together.
长城汽车是 SUV 和皮卡制造企业，业务涵盖燃油车、智能与新能源汽车的研发、制造和销售等等。长城汽车连续6年全球销量突破100万台，业务遍及欧洲、中东和南美60多个国家。自2013年以来，东盟一直是我们全球化计划的一部分，因为它的连通性为我们带来诸多的好处。当然了，我们需要一个当地的合作伙伴的支持。非常幸运的是，我们找到了大华银行。
大华银行早在2018年就开始与长城汽车建立银行业务关系。通过长城汽车金融公司的银团贷款项目，大华银行和长城开展了更紧密的合作关系以及定期的对话交流。当长城汽车收购通用汽车集团在亚洲的制造工厂时，大华银行中国和大华银行泰国相互合作，为长城泰国提供了更多元化的融资渠道。
新公司进入新的市场并获得当地银行的信贷并不容易。大华银行泰国是最早与我们联系的银行之一，印象最深刻的就是他们的反应快速，一丝不苟。大华及时的资金到位，也让我们后来在当地的融资更为顺畅。对此我们表示感谢。
大华银行中国和大华银行泰国携手合作，跨越语言障碍以及文化差异，为长城提供咨询服务和量身定制的解决方案，其中就包括资金的筹集以及国内母公司的担保，以支持在泰国初期的汽车生产和品牌推广。
我们在泰国亲身体验了大华银行便捷和高效的服务，例如他们不遗余力地加快审批流程，甚至将文件直接送到我们的家门口，让我们能够在疫情肆虐的情况下顺利开展业务。相比之下， 我们在另一个市场用了4到5年的时间，才在当地银行的信贷方面取得突破。
长城汽车计划将业务进一步拓展到东盟和印度。大华银行是长城可持续融资的合作伙伴，我们会协助长城对东盟甚至国际的扩张做好充分的准备。
凭借泰国罗永的高科技生产工厂，长城将以东盟为中心，进一步扩展到世界的其他地区。有了大华银行在东盟的连通性，我们绝对可以通过他们的支持和专业知识，继续在该地区扩展业务。
Here in Indonesia, Vietnam, India, Bangladesh, and obviously not forgetting Singapore, our headquarters here.
That's impressive, Mr. Tan.
Thank you, by the way, for coming all the way from Indonesia, which is actually a birthplace for Jaffa Group more than 50 years ago. We are an integrated livestock producer across the region. So it's very interesting that actually our relationship starts from outside of Singapore. Over time and very quickly, in fact, it grew into a global relationship.
Yes, we grew the relationships to the group's business in Indonesia, Singapore, and Vietnam, and also Jaffa sister company in China.
Over a short period of time, within 5 years, I think UOB has developed, I call it a strategic banking relationship with Jaffa Group.
We see the relationship with Jaffa as strategic and long-term, and we view our customer as our partner.
We are also very impressed with your teams. You do have a lot of local knowledge, so you guys understand the local market very well in the countries in which we operate.
UOB's regional connectivity, integrated servicing approach, and our sector expertise allow us to deliver fast and holistic solutions.
Also, I think the area of operation, right, I think coincide. So we do see, there's another area we can kind of work together. So it's not surprising at all that we are able to develop into a strategic regional relationship very quickly.
We try to tailor along the way with Jaffa's business ecosystem. So it caters also the requirement, for example, cash management, FX solutions to enable Jaffa to mitigate risk on the different regions. And also we understand the need for working capital to enable Jaffa's goal to ensure that you have affordable food in Asia.
Yeah, very happy to hear that. As you know, Jaffa's mission and our purpose in life is actually to feed billions of people in Asia. Obviously, we have to do it in a sustainable manner.
Yes, UOB shares the same sustainability value as Jaffa, and we are ready to support you in sustainable financing.
So Jaffa has actually already established a sustainability-linked financing framework. This framework is really important. It is on which that we can build our relationship with all stakeholders on a sustainable basis.
As the one bank for ASEAN, we look forward to supporting Jaffa in driving food security in a sustainable manner.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tan.
I see ASEAN awakening, an economic powerhouse to the world. The ASEAN potential is a result of a multipolar world. Today, ASEAN is still attractive for foreign direct investments. It offers cost competitiveness, a growing young population, and a rising middle income. Despite the pandemic, ASEAN could grow its FDI inflows by over 40% in 2021, setting a new record against pre-pandemic times. ASEAN is the third largest FDI destination after the US and China. The total trade value of ASEAN is close to $2.5 trillion US. Singapore as a transshipment hub and financial center saw about $1 trillion US in trade volume alone. The potential of ASEAN is also due to greater technology adoption, and there's a growing potential for ESG transition investments estimated at US $1 trillion. We have helped clients unlock ASEAN's potential, and I hope to see many more achieve the same success. We are ready to support with our regional capabilities. We have a foreign direct investment advisory unit to help our clients to set up in new markets. We also have product capabilities and systems across cash, trade, and supply chain management. And our people have deep sector and local market knowledge to address pain points and provide banking solutions and services. Our clients are also supported by dedicated ESG teams on their transition plans. Today, with China emerging as the second largest economy, integration with ASEAN will serve as a new growth engine. We continue to see increasing trade flows between China and ASEAN at about $900 billion US. The rich natural resources of ASEAN allow it to benefit from the trade with both China and the West. However, it also has a diverse culture, language, and regulations. So what businesses need is to make that diversity work for them. What we would like to do is to connect our clients to cross-border trade with and within ASEAN. We want to build the future of ASEAN together.
长城汽车是 SUV 和皮卡制造企业，业务涵盖燃油车、智能与新能源汽车的研发、制造和销售等等。长城汽车连续6年全球销量突破100万台，业务遍及欧洲、中东和南美60多个国家。自2013年以来，东盟一直是我们全球化计划的一部分，因为它的连通性为我们带来诸多的好处。当然了，我们需要一个当地的合作伙伴的支持。非常幸运的是，我们找到了大华银行。
大华银行早在2018年就开始与长城汽车建立银行业务关系。通过长城汽车金融公司的银团贷款项目，大华银行和长城开展了更紧密的合作关系以及定期的对话交流。当长城汽车收购通用汽车集团在亚洲的制造工厂时，大华银行中国和大华银行泰国相互合作，为长城泰国提供了更多元化的融资渠道。
新公司进入新的市场并获得当地银行的信贷并不容易。大华银行泰国是最早与我们联系的银行之一，印象最深刻的就是他们的反应快速、一丝不苟。大华及时的资金到位，也让我们后来在当地的融资更为顺畅，对此我们表示感谢。
大华银行中国和大华银行泰国携手合作，跨越语言障碍以及文化差异，为长城提供咨询服务和量身定制的解决方案，其中就包括资金的筹集以及国内母公司的担保，以支持在泰国初期的汽车生产和品牌推广。
我们在泰国亲身体验了大华银行便捷和高效的服务，例如他们不遗余力地加快审批流程，甚至将文件直接送到我们的家门口，让我们能够在疫情肆虐的情况下顺利开展业务。相比之下， 我们在另一个市场用了4到5年的时间，才在当地银行的信贷方面取得突破。
长城汽车计划将业务进一步拓展到东盟和印度。大华银行是长城可持续融资的合作伙伴，我们会协助长城对东盟甚至国际的扩张做好充分的准备。
凭借泰国罗永的高科技生产工厂，长城将以东盟为中心，进一步扩展到世界的其他地区。有了大华银行在东盟的连通性，我们绝对可以通过他们的支持和专业知识，继续在该地区扩展业务。
Here in Indonesia, Vietnam, India, Bangladesh, and obviously not forgetting Singapore, our headquarters here.
That's impressive, Mr. Tan.
Thank you, by the way, for coming all the way from Indonesia, which is actually a birthplace for Jaffa Group more than 50 years ago. We are an integrated livestock producer across the region. So it's very interesting that actually our relationship starts from outside of Singapore. Over time, and very quickly, in fact, it grew into a global relationship.
Yes, we grew the relationships to the group's business in Indonesia, Singapore, and Vietnam, and also Jaffa sister company in China.
Over a short period of time, within 5 years, I think UOB has developed, I call it a strategic banking relationship with Jaffa Group.
We see the relationship with Jaffa as strategic and long-term, and we view our customer as our partner.
We are also very impressed with your teams. You do have a lot of local knowledge, so you guys understand the local market very well in the countries in which we operate.
UOB's regional connectivity, integrated servicing approach, and our sector expertise allow us to deliver fast and holistic solutions.
Also, I think the area of operation, right, I think coincide. So we do see, there's another area we can kind of work together. So it's not surprising at all that we are able to develop into a strategic regional relationship very quickly.
We try to tailor along the way with Jaffa's business ecosystem. So it caters also the requirement, for example, cash management, FX solutions to enable Jaffa to mitigate risk on the different region. And also we understand the need for working capital to enable Jaffa's goal to ensure that you have affordable food in Asia.
Yeah, very happy to hear that. As you know, Jaffa's mission and our purpose in life is actually to feed billions of people in Asia. Obviously, we have to do it in a sustainable manner.
Yes, UOB shares the same sustainability value as Jaffa, and we are ready to support you in sustainable financing.
So Jaffa has actually already established a sustainability-linked financing framework. This framework is really important. It is on which that we can build our relationship with all stakeholders on a sustainable basis.
As the one bank for ASEAN, we look forward to supporting Jaffa in driving food security in a sustainable manner.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tan.
I see ASEAN awakening, an economic powerhouse to the world. The ASEAN potential is a result of a multipolar world. Today, ASEAN is still attractive for foreign direct investments. It offers cost competitiveness, a growing young population, and rising middle income. Despite the pandemic, ASEAN could grow its FDI inflows by over 40% in 2021, setting a new record against pre-pandemic times. ASEAN is the third largest FDI destination after the US and China. The total trade value of ASEAN is close to $2.5 trillion. Singapore, as a transshipment hub and financial center, saw about $1 trillion in trade volume alone. The potential of ASEAN is also due to greater technology adoption, and there's a growing potential for ESG transition investments estimated at $1 trillion. We have helped clients unlock ASEAN's potential, and I hope to see many more achieve the same success. We are ready to support with our regional capabilities. We have a foreign direct investment advisory unit to help our clients to set up in new markets. We also have product capabilities and systems across cash, trade, and supply chain management. And our people have deep sector and local market knowledge to address pain points and provide banking solutions and services. Our clients are also supported by dedicated ESG teams on their transition plans. Today, with China emerging as the second largest economy, integration with ASEAN will serve as a new growth engine. We continue to see increasing trade flows between China and ASEAN at about $900 billion. The rich natural resources of ASEAN allow it to benefit from the trade with both China and the West. However, it also has a diverse culture, language, and regulations. So what businesses need is to make that diversity work for them. What we would like to do is to connect our clients to cross-border trade with and within ASEAN. We want to build the future of ASEAN together.
长城汽车是 SUV 和皮卡制造企业，业务涵盖燃油车、智能与新能源汽车的研发、制造和销售等等。长城汽车连续6年全球销量突破100万台，业务遍及欧洲、中东和南美60多个国家。自2013年以来，东盟一直是我们全球化计划的一部分，因为它的连通性为我们带来诸多的好处。当然了，我们需要一个当地的合作伙伴的支持。非常幸运的是，我们找到了大华银行。
大华银行早在2018年就开始与长城汽车建立银行业务关系。通过长城汽车金融公司的银团贷款项目，大华银行和长城开展了更紧密的合作关系以及定期的对话交流。当长城汽车收购通用汽车集团在亚洲的制造工厂时，大华银行中国和大华银行泰国相互合作，为长城泰国提供了更多元化的融资渠道。
新公司进入新的市场并获得当地银行的信贷并不容易。大华银行泰国是最早与我们联系的银行之一，印象最深刻的就是他们的反应快速、一丝不苟。大华及时的资金到位，也让我们后来在当地的融资更为顺畅。对此我们表示感谢。
大华银行中国和大华银行泰国携手合作，跨越语言障碍以及文化差异，为长城提供咨询服务和量身定制的解决方案，其中就包括资金的筹集以及国内母公司的担保，以支持在泰国初期的汽车生产和品牌推广。
我们在泰国亲身体验了大华银行便捷和高效的服务，例如他们不遗余力地加快审批流程，甚至将文件直接送到我们的家门口，让我们能够在疫情肆虐的情况下顺利开展业务。相比之下，我们在另一个市场用了4到5年的时间，才在当地银行的信贷方面取得突破。
长城汽车计划将业务进一步拓展到东盟和印度。大华银行是长城可持续融资的合作伙伴，我们会协助长城对东盟甚至国际的扩张做好充分的准备。
凭借泰国裸泳的高科技生产工厂，长城将以东盟为中心，进一步扩展到世界的其他地区。有了大华银行在东盟的连通性，我们绝对可以通过他们的支持和专业知识，继续在该地区扩展业务。
here in Indonesia, Vietnam, India, Bangladesh, and obviously not forgetting Singapore, our headquarters here.
That's impressive, Mr. Tan.
Thank you, by the way, for coming all the way from Indonesia, which is actually a birthplace for Jaffa Group more than 50 years ago. We are an integrated livestock producer across the region. So it's very interesting that actually our relationship starts from outside of Singapore. Over time, and very quickly, in fact, it grew into a global relationship.
Yes, we grew the relationships to the group's business in Indonesia, Singapore, and Vietnam, and also Jaffa sister company in China.
Over a short period of time, within 5 years, I think UOB has developed, I call it a strategic banking relationship with Jaffa Group.
We see the relationship with Jaffa as strategic and long-term, and we view our customer as our partner.
We are also very impressed with your teams. You do have a lot of local knowledge, so you guys understand the local market very well in the countries in which we operate.
UOB's regional connectivity, integrated servicing approach, and our sector expertise allow us to deliver fast and holistic solutions.
Also, I think the area of operation, right, I think coincide. So we do see, there's another area we can kind of work together. So it's not surprising at all that we are able to develop into a strategic regional relationship very quickly.
We try to tailor along the way with Jaffa's business ecosystem. So it caters also the requirement, for example, cash management, FX solutions to enable Jaffa to mitigate risk on the different region. And also, we understand the need for working capital to enable Jaffa's goal to ensure that you have affordable food in Asia.
Yeah, very happy to hear that. As you know, Jaffa's mission and our purpose in life is actually to feed billions of people in Asia. Obviously, we have to do it in a sustainable manner.
Yes, UOB shares the same sustainability value as Jaffa, and we are ready to support you in sustainable financing.
So Jaffa has actually already established a sustainability-linked financing framework. This framework is really important. It is on which that we can build our relationship with all stakeholders on a sustainable basis.
As the one bank for ASEAN, we look forward to supporting Jaffa in driving food security in a sustainable manner.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tan.
it's not just what you know. You see the right partner can help you make the right connections, which open up new frontiers of trade, increase distribution channels, and create opportunities for progress. So turn to a bank that has connected business across ASEAN and beyond.
Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a very warm welcome to the UOB Gateway to ASEAN Conference 2023. Before we commence, please rise for the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia. Please rise for the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia. Singing the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning and welcome to the UOB Gateway to ASEAN Conference 2023. Let's give a big round of applause for today's event. And thank you so much for attending this event and taking time off your busy schedule to attend this special event. Our warmest greetings also go to our special guest of honor, His Excellency Mr. Erlangga Hartarto, the Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Pak Erlangga, selamat pagi, terima kasih Pak sudah hadir di event ini. His Excellency Mr. Firman Hidayat, Deputy Coordinating Minister for Maritime Resources, representing His Excellency Mr. Luhut Panjaitan, the Coordinating Minister for Maritime Affairs and Investment. And His Excellency Mr. Satvinder Singh, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for ASEAN Economic Community. Sir, selamat datang. Welcome to this event. And to our UOB leaders, Mr. Wee Ee Chong, Deputy Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of UOB. Thank you so much. Welcome to Jakarta, Pak Wee. And to Mr. Hendra Gunawan, President Director of PT Bank UOB Indonesia. Pak Hendra, selamat pagi, Pak. My name is Rory Ashari, and it is my utmost pleasure to host today's event. The theme of today's conference, ladies and gentlemen, is ASEAN Forging Ahead. In its second edition, this conference spotlights 3 ASEAN connectors powering its continued strength today. First, government policies facilitating the harmonization of cross-border business. And second, digital networks that join the dots of seamless capital flow, enabling the growth of trade within and with the region. And finally, the industrial and infrastructural activities powering the global sustainability economy. Now, these factors spotlight investment opportunities for businesses based in and going business with Indonesia to identify and capture opportunities in key growth sectors and supply chains that Indonesia plays a pivotal role in. Now, before we start our today's agenda, I would like to bring your attention to the 10 card on your table. There are 2 10 cards, but please focus on the first 10 card that says connect with us at the UOB Marketplace. So I would like to introduce you to the UOB Marketplace as well. This is a business consultation and networking segment which will happen later in the conference. Please do scan the QR code anytime during the event to take part in a 2-question survey on your key business priority today. Once again, the QR code says connect with us at the UOB Marketplace, and scan the QR code anytime during the event to take part a 2-question survey on your key business priority today. And show your survey results later to the UOB representatives at the UOB Marketplace and stand a chance to win attractive prizes. And I would like to inform also for those of you who need translation device, there are translation devices on your table for English to Indonesia translation. Please switch to channel 1. For Indonesia to Mandarin language translation, please switch to channel 9. You can just switch to the right and to the left of your translation device to find both channels. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, to officially kick off the conference, let us welcome our UOB country host, Mr. Hendra Gunawan, President Director of PT Bank UOB Indonesia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. It is my pleasure to welcome all delegates to UOB Regional Flagship Program, Gateway to ASEAN Conference, and an honor to co-host this event for the first time in Indonesia alongside with our colleagues in UOB Group. Please allow me to extend my deepest appreciation to all distinguished participants, His Excellencies, government officials, and ambassadors, our investors from China, Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and the Philippines, and speakers, guests, partners, and UOB colleagues who join us in this endeavor. Your presence reflects our dedication to the advancement of ASEAN economic landscape and a shared commitment to realizing our region's potentials. We are honored to greet our guest of honors, His Excellency Airlangga Hartarto, Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Honorable Muhammad Firman Hidayat, Deputy Coordinating Minister for Maritime Resources, Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia. Thank you for representing His Excellency Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, Coordinating Minister of Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia, as he is unable to attend today's conference. We wish His Excellency a speedy recovery and good health. His Excellency Satvinder Singh, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for the ASEAN Economic Community. His Excellency Suryo Pratomo, Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia for the Republic of Singapore. His Excellency Dery Aman, Ambassador Permanent Representative of the Republic of Indonesia to ASEAN. His Excellency Kwok Fook Seng, Ambassador of the Republic of Singapore for the Republic of Indonesia. Mr. Wee Chong, Deputy Chairman and Chief Executive Officer UOB, and all UOB senior management. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia's chairmanship of ASEAN this year urges the strengthening of ASEAN that is well positioned to drive the economic movements towards a better future of ASEAN. Bring the theme of this conference, ASEAN Forging Ahead. We would like to gather insights from our distinguished speakers today on how the government can facilitate cross-border business harmonization, increase digital connectivity intra-ASEAN and the region, as well as building industrial centers and infrastructure needed to support economic growth for the long run. As a one bank for ASEAN, UOB continuously plays its role as a catalyst and an enabler with a strong support toward the government, regulators, investors, and the wider community to create growth for Indonesia and ASEAN. In particular, one of our key strengths is establishing a foreign direct investment FDI advisory desk and encourage trade flows. At UOB, we aim to create 1 million jobs across ASEAN. In Indonesia in particular, we have helped to create more than 86,000 jobs since 2014 from more than 300 companies, bringing a total investment value of 19 billion Singapore dollars. At UOB Indonesia, together with the UOB Group's long-term commitment in the region, we are eager to help businesses to reach their full potential and navigate through challenges with better solutions. I hope this conference can provide us with great insights to help policymakers and business leaders in the country and the region in navigating through global uncertainty. Next, we will hear more from Mr. Wee Chong, Deputy Chairman and CEO, UOB, who will share more about potential of ASEAN going forward. Once again, thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan.
Thank you so much, Pak Hendra, for welcoming us all and reaffirming UOB's continuous commitment to create jobs across ASEAN, including Indonesia, and to help businesses across the region reach their full potentials and navigate through challenges. Let us now welcome Deputy Chairman and CEO of UOB Group, Mr. Wee Chong, to give us a welcome address. Let's give a big round of applause for Mr. Wee.
His Excellency Alanga Hatato. I hope I pronounced your name right. Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs, Honorable Mahmud Firman Hidayat, Deputy Coordinating Minister for Maritime Resources, Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investments. His Excellency Arifin Taris, Minister for Energy and Mineral Resources, His Excellency Savinder Singh, Deputy Secretary for the ASEAN Economic Community, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to everyone. Selamat pagi. Welcome to the second edition of the Gateway to ASEAN Conference. UOB started this conference last year to bring business leaders together to share perspectives on how to seize new opportunities in the region. We are happy to host the conference in Indonesia this year, when the country is chairing the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. ASEAN is one of the fastest growing trade blocs and holds immense potential. Regional trade flows in 2022 was at around US 2.1 trillion. That number is expected to grow, with ASEAN now seen as a production base and a growing consumer market to the West and China. UOB is committed to the region, and we are happy to see many like-minded friends here today. The theme of this year's conference is ASEAN Forging Ahead. At UOB, we see three connectors powering the continued growth of the region. Government policies facilitating cross-border business. Digital networks that facilitate the growth of trade. And industry powering the global sustainability economy. For UOB, our purpose is to contribute to ASEAN's economic development and sustainable growth. We have an extensive footprint across the major ASEAN nations: Singapore, Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, and a strong representation in Greater China. In a region as diverse as ASEAN, there is a need for local adaptations due to cultural nuances. This can be complex for businesses. This is where UOB makes a difference. We have been in this market for many decades. We have established local networks to help these businesses. In 2011, we set up a dedicated one-stop foreign direct investment advisory to support businesses navigating the diverse ASEAN landscape. Over the past 10 years, close to 4,000 companies have tapped our FDI advisory services to expand overseas. About 30% since 2021, when global FDI to ASEAN surged. Most recently, we launched our 10th FDI Advisory Center in Tokyo to support Japanese companies expanding into Southeast Asia. We have a proven track record in helping companies entering new markets. In Indonesia, we have supported about 100 companies to expand into country in the past 2 years. These companies have pledged to invest about Singapore dollars 12 billion in the country, and they plan to create 15,000 jobs here. One recent example is a client headquarters in Hong Kong, with manufacturing plants in China and Mexico, and a significant customer base in the US. We help them relocate their production plant to Indonesia to mitigate the effects of ongoing trade tensions. We provided market entry, advisory, and connected its management with government agencies, professional firms, industrial parks, and construction management firms to build their plant. The client has since purchased the land for the plant and aims to start export from Indonesia in 2024. In another case, we supported cross-border capital flows for the Indonesian branch of a German global process instrumentation and automation supplier. Through our regional footprint, the client could seamlessly access and deploy capital among their regional office in Singapore, offices in Thailand and Vietnam, which are already banking with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here today with one common purpose, is to build the future of ASEAN. As a Singapore bank rooted in Southeast Asia, UOB's key markets are in this region. We stand ready to serve the needs of this region as one bank for ASEAN. I hope you will find today's conference useful in giving all of us greater insights into how we can work together towards a stronger ASEAN. I wish everyone a fruitful conference today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wee. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Wee spoke about a common purpose to build the future of ASEAN as we forge ahead in a responsible and sustainable manner, and how to seize new opportunities in the region. ASEAN is the fastest growing trade bloc, and we have a bright future ahead. Now, we'd also like to welcome Mr. Rahmat Hidayat, the Deputy Coordinating Minister for Maritime Resources, representing His Excellency Mr. Luhut Panjaitan, the Coordinating Minister for Maritime Affairs and Investment. Thank you so much for making all the way from Bali to Jakarta, sir. I understand that you have just arrived, but I have to invite you to please deliver your speech, as Mr. Rahmat Hidayat will be sharing to us his insight on the strategic importance of Indonesia to ASEAN Forging Ahead as an integrated economic bloc. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome His Excellency Bapak Firman Hidayat.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning, Honorable Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs, Mr. Airlangga Hartanto, Mr. Wee Ee Cheong, Deputy Chairman and CEO, UOB, Mr. Frederick Chin, Head of Group Wholesale Banking and Markets, UOB, Mr. Hendra Gunawan, President Director, UOB Indonesia, Senior Management of UOB, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. So first of all, I would like to convey regards from Minister Luhut. As you may already know, unfortunately, Minister Luhut could not attend this event for health reasons. But don't worry, Pak Luhut is currently in the recovery process. So let's pray and hope for the speedy recovery for Pak Luhut. So in this opportunity, I will deliver a speech that was prepared for Minister Luhut with the title of ASEAN Forging Ahead, stronger partnership towards a sustainable growth. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, ASEAN has a strategic role in the global economy. Despite the slowdown in several developed countries, ASEAN grows strongly and become one of the motors of global economic growth. ASEAN is economically resilient with a projected 4.6% of growth in 2023 and 4.9% in 2024. It is the fifth largest economy in the world, with a combined GDP of approximately USD 3.7 trillion and is home to more than 670 million people. However, ASEAN is faced with a number of challenges that could hamper future growth acceleration efforts. In the short term, ASEAN is faced with a weakening commodity prices, as most ASEAN countries still rely heavily on commodity-based exports. In addition, ASEAN economies are also affected by Chinese economic slowdown and the risk of recessions in the US and Europe, ASEAN's major trading partners. In the medium term, ASEAN is also faced with the US-China trade conflict, which affects the fragmentations of the world economy. And beyond that, ASEAN as a part of the global community is also faced with climate change issues that could trigger natural disasters and have a major impact on economic and social challenge. Despite these challenges, the ASEAN economy is still able to grow strongly. As I mentioned before, this year and next year, ASEAN is forecasted to grow higher than world average, 4.6 and 4.9% respectively. And this economic performance is the result of a success in attracting foreign direct investment in recent years. FDI into ASEAN countries continue to rise, with 2022 being the highest in the last 10 years. And most of these investments are in the financial and manufacturing sectors, which provide a greater added value. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia, as a member of ASEAN, also showed a strong economic performance. Not only we are able to grow strongly, we grew 5.3% last year and 5.2% last quarter, but we also have much lower inflation compared to most countries. Last month, our inflation is below 3%, and we also have a more fiscal discipline to other countries, as shown by our government debt that less than 40% of our GDP. In addition to that, despite rising Fed fund rate, our stock index and exchange rate showed a very stable performance. Indonesian economic growth is supported by a strong consumption recovery post-pandemic, double-digit investment realization, and increasing manufacturing output. And it accompanied with healthy external balance. We recorded 40 consecutive months of trade surplus, and we are able to manage our current account deficit. And we are optimistic that we can still record a surplus in our current account this year. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this strong economic performance is a result of economic transformation that has been happening in the past 9 years. One of which is through downstreaming program in nickel commodity. For many years, Indonesia only export in raw form the nickel ore. But now, not only we have moved to iron and steel, but we also starting to export lithium battery mineral, such as nickel matte and also MHP. And as a result, only from one product, our export increased by more than 10x in less than 10 years. In 2014, our nickel derivative products only reached USD $3 billion, but last year it's already reached like $34 billion. And this number will keep increasing as we move closer to lithium battery productions that can happen in the next years or the next 2 years. Of course, the benefits of downstreaming are very clear, not only giving added value to support our growth and exports. The downstreaming program also help improving the regional equality in Indonesia. So it used to be Java dominates the FDI, but now majority of FDI goes to outside Java. So last year's 58% of our FDI goes to outside Java, and Java only like 42%. And, oh, there's no slide, yeah. I have a slide, but the downstreaming program helps strengthening the economic structure in the eastern part of Indonesia. So the share of manufacturing in Morowali, for example, in 2010 used to be only less than 10%. But last year, the share of manufacturing is like 73%. The same thing happened in Halmahera. So it's the downstreaming start in 2019, but now the share of the manufacturing already reached like 61%, and it used to be only 3% in 2010. This change in the economic structure contributes to higher regional economic growth and people welfare compared to the period before downstreaming took place. So give you one example again, the growth in North Maluku increased by on average 12.9%, compared only like 5.7% before the downstreaming period. And it helps increasing the GDP per capita, the welfare of the people by a lot in these regions. The other important aspect that not many people aware and not many people talk about is the technology transfer and human resource development. When we start this downstreaming program, we realized that we are lacking of metallurgy graduates to support the program. Every year, we only graduate 350 to 400 metallurgy students in all Indonesia, while the need is actually more than 1,000 students. That is why we also working with different stakeholders to increase the number of graduates and the capacity of our human capital. One of the examples, we are working with China Southern University and ITB to send our students to get master's and PhD degree in metallurgy program. We are targeting 1,000 master graduates and 500 of world's top engineers. It's gonna happen coming to Indonesia in the next few years. Not only that, if you visit Morowali, we also built a world-class research facility for metallurgy, and also we're planning to build the same top world-class research facility in ITB starting this year. So this to make sure that technology transfer happen to our people. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the economic impact that I have just told you comes from only one product, only from nickel, while we have other natural resources with more downstream potential that needed in the energy transition. Bauxite, for example, copper are needed to build EV, are needed to build also solar PV panels. So we also have palm oil and seaweed, for example, that can be processed not only into biofuel, but other products such as food, fertilizers, or even bioplastics. And we have these natural resources in abundance in our country. By having downstreaming in our natural resources, we believe that Indonesia will continue to strengthen its economic structure and economic complexity, and we can increase our growth beyond 5%. The projections from Harvard show that Indonesia can grow on average by 5.6% until 2030, but in government, we believe we can grow more than that, close to even more than 6%. So with that reasoning, to achieve our vision in 2045, becoming a high-income country and do it in a sustainable way, Indonesia will continue industrialize through downstreaming, accompanied by our efforts to do decarbonization to mitigate the impact of climate change. We also have other agendas, including digitalization, developing our infrastructure to enable interconnections of people, goods, and information, improving our human capital through education, and making sure that equal development across Indonesia. Related to this sixth agenda, there is huge potentials for collaboration and partnership with the ASEAN countries. One example is on the EV. In achieving our climate targets, ASEAN needs to transition into electric vehicles and develop its ecosystem, and we have the capacity to do it. The region is already an important production base for automobiles, becoming the 7th largest automotive manufacturing hub worldwide. The other potential collaboration is in the development of digital ecosystems. We should create economic opportunities for all through digital transformation, which enhance the role of SMEs in global value chains. A digital economic framework agreement in ASEAN will have a profound impact that could double the value of digital trade from currently estimated value of $1 trillion to $2 trillion by 2030. It will not just empower the SMEs, but also provide avenues for upskilling and reskilling the young productive population of ASEAN. And lastly, to support all these programs, ASEAN requires a huge amount of investment, especially in the green infrastructures. One of the research showed that we need a minimum more than $3 billion in infrastructure investment to support the achievement of sustainable economic growth, reduce poverty, and address climate change. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to close my speech, current indicators show that Indonesia right now is on the track to be a high-income country by 2045, and this is a result of economic transformation that has been done in the past 9 years. And moving forward, Indonesia has a concrete strategy. We understand now how we can achieve that target to develop through industrializations, decarbonization, interconnections, digitalizations, educations, and economic distributions in order to bolster economic growth in sustainable and equitable manner. Of course, Indonesia will work together with ASEAN in economic development and decarbonizations that will sustain in the decades to come. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam, Pak Rahmat. Thank you. And please stay on stage, Pak Rahmat. Please stay on stage, as we'd like to deliver a token of appreciation for you. And please move towards the center of the stage with me here. I would like to invite Mr. Wee to hand over the token of appreciation from UOB to Pak Rahmat. Thank you so much, Pak. Let's once again give a big round of applause for Pak Rahmat Hidayat. As he spoke about downstreaming initiative by the government of the Republic of Indonesia to enable Indonesia to become a high-income country by 2045 and to unleash its full potential, especially to reach an average of 5.6 economic growth and even more until the year of 2030. So once again, thank you so much, Mr. Rahmat Hidayat. Today, we are also honored with the presence of His Excellency, Mr. Airlangga Hartarto, the Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, who has kindly taken time off his busy schedule to grace this conference. So let us put our hands together to welcome His Excellency Bapak Airlangga Hartarto to deliver his keynote speech.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Honorable Mr. Wee Ee Chong, Deputy Chairman of and CEO of UOB Group, Pak Hendra Gunawan, Presiden Direktur UOB, Mr. Satvinder Singh, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN Economic Community, Ambassador Singapore to Indonesia, Mr. Kwok Fok Sing, Pak Tommy Suryo Pratomo, Indonesian Ambassador to Singapore. So when the two ambassadors is sitting side by side, I think the economic will be done in Indonesia. Deputy Marinvest Pak Firman, Deputy Econ Pak Ferry, speakers, CEOs, Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First, allow me to congratulate the UOB on the successful organization of the ASEAN Conference with the theme of ASEAN Forging Ahead. And we would like to thank you that I heard from Pak Hendra that this is the first ASEAN UOB conference in Indonesia. Please give a round of applause for UOB. It is pleasure for me to be here and give opening speak on behalf of the President of Republik Indonesia, Bapak Joko Widodo. The ASEAN has achieved numbers of positive achievements, and member states remain relatively resilient despite the challenge of external conditions. Supported by robust domestic demand, in particular in consumption and investment, ASEAN economic growth reached 4.2% in 2023 and expected 4.5% next year. The spillover effect from heightened demand in major ASEAN partners are expected to fuel the region growth through the multiple channels, including trade, tourism, and capital inflow. ASEAN is the one and only region in the last 20 years that have stable political situations despite and in spite the geopolitical uncertainties in Europe and now in the Middle East. So Indonesia is part of the ASEAN that contribute to the stability and the robust economic growth in the region. ASEAN various economic indicators show a good prospect as well. The total value of trade reached around 3.8 trillion in 2022. That is 15% increase from 2021. FDI also all-time high, 224.2 billion, a 5.5% increase from 2021. Indonesia also show a positive growth. Indonesia has been growth above 5% in 7 consecutive quarters, and the inflation has kept low. On the last September is 2.28. Indonesia has successfully held the ASEAN chairmanship in 2023, which during the summit, Indonesia making the Southeast Asia as epicentrum of the global economic growth and potentially will reach a $20 trillion in GDP combined. To achieve this vision, ASEAN has committed to strengthen ASEAN resilience against the future shock by focusing on effort on health, climate, food system, green energy, macroeconomics, financial stability, supply chain and institutional resilience, leveraging the new growth driver, including the digital transformation, green and blue ecosystem, embracing forward-looking and future-proof ASEAN agenda through inclusive and collaborative effort that we may achieve through the implementation of ASEAN Outlook on Indo-Pacific. In addition, during Indonesian chairmanship, ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum in the month of September 2023 has set a concrete deliverables comprising of 93 projects with the aggregate of investment around 38.2 billion. Connectivity is a key for integrated ASEAN, and Master Plan of ASEAN Connectivity 2025 has been launched, and Indonesia also enhanced synergy within the ASEAN sub-regionals, that is Greater Mekong sub-region, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand Growth Triangle, and Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines East ASEAN Growth Area. Indonesia also connecting through infrastructure that will serve as a backbone of seamless trade and business. ASEAN this year also launched the ASEAN DEFA, which is a collective effort for ASEAN economic digital potentials. With business as usual, the ASEAN economic on digital will be only around 1 trillion by 2030, but with interconnectivity, transformation of AI, developing the local currency transaction in ASEAN countries, the economic will grow around $2 trillion. The framework not only on infrastructures, but also unlock significant portion of digital economy. And according to the Network Readiness Index from Oxford Insight, ASEAN index score currently around 70, that stands above the digital average, the score that is 62. So the opportunity of transformation of digital is there. And I would like to underline also that manufacturing value added has been Indonesian policy toward industrializations. And we have launched the Industry 4.0 in 2016. And Indonesia also launched the local currency transition with 5 ASEAN countries. So to trade for small and medium enterprise can use the QR for each country. So it is very important today to reduce the reliance on the US dollar within the ASEAN region. So I think if we can expand this with the more deep financial institution sectors and involving a bank like UOB, an ASEAN bank, I think it is important to make stabilization of the economic in ASEAN, especially to protect the small and medium enterprise toward the foreign exchange fluctuations due to the geopolitical situation. So I think I will appreciate the 1 million target of employment from UOB. The only thing I would like to ask is when it will be happen. The government will be stand ready to support such a program because the target of the government is to support the small and medium enterprise. And I'm glad that all the CEOs, the bankers that attend here today is actually a reflect of the progress in economic within an ASEAN. And I heard that partners from ASEAN, including from China, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and other countries also attend here in this room. So one survey made by JETRO that among other countries, Indonesia is one of the region within an ASEAN that your profitability is protected. And one of the countries that you can take your money to the owner of the companies. So no restrictions on profit transfer. So I think the attendance of 2 ambassadors here make sure that they will guarantee that Indonesian investment will be safe and sound and make everyone happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pak Erlangga. Would you please stay on stage, Pak? Pak Erlangga, would you please stay on stage and move towards the center of the stage? Pak Erlangga, terima kasih untuk speech-nya. And would like to once again invite Mr. Wee to hand over the token of appreciation from UOB to Bapak Erlangga Hartarto. Once again, let's give a big round of applause for Mr. Erlangga Hartarto. Mr. Erlangga reiterated that Indonesia is a promising investment destination as FDI is all-time high with robust economic growth. Let's give a big round of applause once again for Mr. Erlangga Hartarto. Thank you so much. And would like to say thank you also to Mr. Muhammad Firman Hidayat. We mispronouncing, mismentioning your name earlier, and we do apologize for that. And thank you so much, Pak Firman Hidayat, for your attendance. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are also honored by the presence of the Deputy Secretary General for the ASEAN Economic Community, His Excellency Satvinder Singh. Now, I have to inform that Mr. Airlangga has another agenda after this, so thank you, Pak Airlangga Hartarto, once again for your presence to our event today. And as we mentioned earlier, that we are also honored by the presence of the Deputy Secretary General for the ASEAN Economic Community, His Excellency Mr. Satvinder Singh. And Mr. Satvinder Singh's key role is in providing strategic advice to advance ASEAN's economic integration agenda. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Satvinder Singh.
His Excellency, I know Minister Airlangga just left, but I want to honor him. And of course, Your Excellency, Minister Firman Hidayat, Deputy Coordinating Minister for Maritime Investment Affairs, our dear host, Mr. Wee Chong, the CEO of UOB, Mr. Henry Gunawan, the President Director in Indonesia of UOB, our dear ambassadors, excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all of you. I really appreciate the fact that ASEAN Secretariat is invited here today to share and to discuss matters of, I would say, great importance to us, because we are going to be discussing the future since this morning on the future of ASEAN and how we can chart our way together forward. Now, in this new era, which is marked by competitive economic and technological transformation, it's imperative that we recognize the need for ASEAN to not only maintain its unity and centrality, but also to adapt and to continue to remain relevant to this dynamic, but I would say highly divided geopolitical landscape we see today. Indonesia's chairmanship of ASEAN this year, I would say, has fundamentally strengthened ASEAN's relevance to the world under the theme of ASEAN as the epicentrum of growth. A big congratulations to the government and the people of Indonesia for helping to deepen the contribution to the ASEAN vision. As you all know, ASEAN was founded on the principles of mutual respect, mutual cooperation, and a shared vision for regional stability and prosperity. That's the foundation. And over the decades, we have seen huge benefits that have risen from the sensible and pragmatic approach. Well, you can see that many global economies, especially you've seen that in the developed West, where they have chosen the last few years to further restrict market openness under the guise of domestic economic protection or climate change. In ASEAN, we have done the reverse. In the deep of COVID-19, in the November of 2020, the 10 economies of ASEAN came together to lead into the finalizing of the ASEAN-led Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP, which still remains the largest FTA free trade agreement in the world, with some of our largest trading partners of Japan, China, Korea, Australia, and New Zealand. We have meanwhile also embarked to modernize as well as update our own Artiga FTA, which is currently being negotiated and will be expanded to include circular, environment, gender, and even fresh market access elements. The negotiations for our upgraded ASEAN Artiga FTA is expected to be completed substantially in 2024, and we look forward to that. Now, it's this kind of openness and resolute economic strength that has allowed us in the post-COVID-19 era to weather our global economic storms and also to emerge as a formidable growth engine in the world economy. You've seen ministers sharing with you the stats today. Now, geopolitically, of course, the global shifts, as well as our RCEP trade connectivity, and some of the strong domestic growth that we are seeing fueling our economies, clearly is bringing in stronger FDI and the movement of global supply value chains from China, from East Asia into ASEAN. Now, these new flows of global supply chain into ASEAN, they are not only influenced by the geopolitics, but they are also here because of the pressures that they are facing today for the need for them to also decarbonize their global value chains. So no longer it is just important for them to come here to harness our natural resources. They're actually reorganizing and redesigning the whole manufacturing value chain in order to fulfill decarbonization needs. I think all that is fueling and is actually allowed ASEAN to be able to sustain our growth and relevance. As the numbers shared by ministers, we're expecting somewhere close to about 4.5, 4.6% growth this year, and another above 4% growth next year. I think obviously there will be some adjustments with the way the global trade has happened in the last couple of months, but I do believe that we will still end the year with a very decent positive growth circumstance. Now, more than ever, we find ourselves in the midst of some major technological shifts. In fact, we've seen the digital revolution hasten our COVID-19 readjustments in helping to reshape our industries, our societies, our economies in ASEAN, and we've seen that at an unprecedented pace. We are today witnessing the rise of more and more of fourth industrial revolution activities, the deployment and use of artificial intelligence, the tapping of blockchain, the Internet of Things. All these no longer are just buzzwords. They are becoming integral components in the way we work, in the way our companies operate, in the way we play. And I think this is what we need to put into place in order to remain relevant. Now, recognizing all of these increasing challenges, ASEAN has adopted a declaration on ASEAN as an epicenter of growth during the recent 43rd ASEAN Summit in Jakarta in September this year. Now, that declaration solidifies our commitment to strengthen our region's position as the epicenter of growth by navigating and responding to global challenges and unleashing the growth potential fully for our region. Now, core to this declaration is our strategy and vision to strengthen our resilience against future shock and doing all we can to embrace digital transformation and, more importantly, fostering sustainable ecosystems. Allow me to briefly elaborate on what we are forging ahead in the coming years. First, we are actively in ASEAN working towards establishing a robust resiliency in critical areas such as food security, in finance and energy. Now, with regards to food security, substantial investments have been made in creating a seamless integrated logistics network for food and agriculture resources. Now, this will include our efforts in exploring the establishment of local-based food resources and enhancing the effectiveness of our ASEAN food security information system. Simultaneously, in the finance sector, we are advancing regional payment connectivity like never before, and also the use of local currency transactions, which hopefully will further strengthen financial resilience as well as minimize our region's exposure to external shocks. In energy sector, there are concerted efforts underway to fully implement our ASEAN power grid and the Trans-ASEAN gas pipeline, and which we have identified already 18 regional interconnection projects to advance our ASEAN power grid. We have in place a multi-year program now that will focus first on multilateral electricity trading, second on strengthening our grid resilience modernization, third, we are looking to promote clean and renewable energy integration, and lastly, we will work towards decarbonizing existing fossil energy network through carbon capture and carbon reutilization and storage. In agriculture, which is critical to our region, we have also endorsed the frameworks last 2 years to embrace sustainable agriculture. And at recently concluded ASEAN Agriculture, Food and Forestry Ministerial last week in KL, the agriculture ministers issued a joint statement to reduce the use of harmful agrochemicals to ensure that food and environment protection is maintained. In 2024, in the coming year, Laos is taking on the chairmanship from Indonesia, and Laos is also prioritizing the development of practical action plan for the implementation of the ASEAN guidelines on sustainable agriculture. Now, these multifaceted energy, agri-food initiatives, including finance, collectively all bolster our resilience in food energy security. And on this note, taking into account that is very important, the important role of the private sector, and I'd like to call upon the business community that's here today to share your expertise and your resources to us to support ASEAN and the ASEAN members in this endeavor. Second, I just want to highlight how ASEAN leaders have also recognized that we want to remain as the epicenter of growth, and this is where we also see that there's an estimated 125,000 new internet users in the region every day. The ASEAN digital economy is going to be a driver for the region, and this is going to be expected to grow, and it's going to add another $1 trillion to the GDP by 2030. Now, witnessing this exponential growth, we are working very hard in order to reap the benefits of digital transformation And as Minister Erlangga has mentioned, there is the ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement. He's also one of the major architects and supporter of this initiative in ASEAN. Now, this negotiation of DEFA, this is going to be, for the first time in the world, a legally binding digital agreement that binds a region together. If we get it right and if we make it comprehensively sufficiently enough, right, we are possibly by 2030 be able to grow our digital economy in ASEAN by another $1 trillion US. Okay, so this is where instead of just being 1 trillion by 2030, DEFA negotiations, a comprehensive way, will help us reach 2 trillion by 2030. Again, this is going to be huge amount of opportunities for businesses that are here today. Although digital economy holds tremendous potential, it also accentuates significant challenges. So therefore, we will have to address digital divide, cybersecurity threats, and the need for increased investment in digital infrastructure and human capital development, just to name a few. And I think this is where there are several hurdles that impede our potential to reap the full benefits of regional digital integration and connectivity. And with this in mind, I would like to encourage that we need solid, practical solutions from the private sector to come forward to help us promote just digital inclusivity, as well as ensuring the benefits of digital transformation that is accessible and affordable to all of the communities in ASEAN. Last but not least, let me also emphasize that ASEAN's success as a region is contingent on fostering a healthy society and a sustainable ecosystem. And to this end, we have intensified our sustainability efforts. Member states have all come together, particularly in the economic sector, by developing a regional approach towards carbon neutrality that's going to complement the NDP plans for each of the ASEAN member states to be able to meet their NDP targets. ASEAN has come together this year to agree to a very structured pathway called the ASEAN Carbon Neutral Plan in order to help coordinate at the regional level for us to be able to achieve low carbon future. It involves 8 important strategies, and we have actually gone ahead and identified 16 very important priorities for implementation over the next few years that will complement the efforts of the ASEAN member states to reach towards their carbon neutrality targets. If we get it right, this is going to bring a value add of another 5.3 trillion to our economic value to ASEAN and generate another 66 million jobs by 2050. Now, one critical factor in enabling this ASEAN green transformation is financing. This is an area where the assessment of risks, I believe today, has not been on par with the existing needs of the economies in ASEAN. And I think this is where the need for us to make access to financing is still not where we need to be. I think, for example, in ASEAN, we need about US $200 billion annually from now to 2030 in order to move our needle towards green transformation. However, today, the ASEAN Sustainable Debt Market, composed of all the outstanding green social sustainable bonds, is only totaling about 63 billion US. In this regard, in ASEAN, we must intensify our efforts to promote sustainable financing, which will enable our region to access global funds. We must also ensure that our ASEAN finance taxonomies are adjusted to inclusively cover transition financing and just financing in order to attract the necessary de-risking also that's required by the transformations from the high emission sectors are requiring. Now, many of the green financing initiatives in ASEAN today, because of some sectors, the way the projects are structured, they do not necessarily have the scale to be able to attract green financing. And this is where I will again call upon the private sector here to look at how we can sort this problem out. I think we need to be able to mobilize capital more creatively to ensure that small-scale projects can also be able to tap efficiently the green financing. And I think this is a critical aspect of work forward for us. Now, through collaborative partnerships that I've seen here this morning, UOB's deep commitment in the region to create 1 million jobs, I'm so happy to see so many of investors, not only within ASEAN, but from places as far as China and other places, are here today in this event. I think it's this kind of efforts that can surely drive the the economic development, the technological advancement, the sustainable development that our region needs. And by leveraging such quality partnerships, I think we are paving the way for a prosperous and a resilient future together. With that, thank you very much.
Singh, thank you, and please stay on stage, sir. And please move toward the center of the stage with me here. Thank you, Pak Satvinder, and would like to once again invite Mr. Wee to present the token of appreciation for Mr. Satvinder Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Mr. Satvinder spoke about ASEAN's success and unity to realize ASEAN's vision based on mutual respect. The declaration of ASEAN as the epicenter of growth will strengthen our position as the epicenter of growth in the world while navigating through global challenges. Let's give it up once again for Mr. Satvinder Singh. Thank you, Pak Satvinder and Pak Wee. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard from several guests from their keynote speeches about how optimistic ASEAN is regarding future challenges. But one question remains: how does the notion of ASEAN centrality correlate with its continued economic growth? So for your information, the ASEAN centrality concept, as stated in the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, broadly emphasizes that ASEAN must become the dominant regional platform to overcome common challenges and engage with external powers. Now, our next segment is a fireside chat on understanding value chains driving the ASEAN economy. Our two speakers will discuss how the ASEAN region can build greater interconnectivity to capture trends and opportunities in strategic growth areas, and what companies can do to plug in or establish first mover advantage. Now, I would like to invite our speakers, Mr. Ernest Saujana, Managing Director and Senior Partner of Boston Consulting Group, and Mr. Frederick Chin, Head of Group Wholesale Banking and Markets, UOB. Gentlemen, please join me on stage. So Mr. Ernest is based in Jakarta and leads the financial institutions practice in Asia Pacific. His role in BCG includes working with major institutions and regulators in Southeast Asia and the US, covering strategy, corporate-wide transformation, and new business build. Meanwhile, Mr. Fred is the head of Group Wholesale Banking and Markets at UOB, overseeing client portfolios spanning 19 countries across a full range of business segments ranging from SMEs to large companies, multinationals, and financial institutions. Once again, please welcome Ernest and Fred. Please, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think you have heard from the previous speakers today that the promise of ASEAN is very attractive, both from other countries, investors, and business community at large. But also it is safe to say that a lot of the things that are happening globally, the macro condition, will have profound impact on ASEAN going forward. So today, I think we will spend some time to discuss how these global challenges are shaping the future of ASEAN, particularly how they impact the value chains that are affecting ASEAN growth going forward. So I'm going to dive right in by sharing a few facts to put the discussion in perspective. If you look at the growth in China over the last 2 decades, it has made China actually a major economic bloc globally. So given the centrality of ASEAN, we are actually now privileged to be the economic partner for 3 of the world's largest economic blocs: US, Europe, and China. Of course, the recession in the West and the recent slowdown in the Chinese economic growth have some impact on ASEAN as well. As you see on some of these numbers, the imports of China from ASEAN has actually declined in the recent years. But the consensus remains that people believe that ASEAN will remain attractive going forward. If I take some of the stats around trade as an example, the trade between ASEAN and the West, or ASEAN and China, are expected to grow at a healthy rate, much higher than of the global average growth for trade globally. And what is even more interesting, that intra-ASEAN opportunity also is expected to increase, contributing to double the growth of that of global average. Of course, all this growth are de-aggregated. If you look at the different sectors, you will see much faster growth in the new economies. We talked a lot earlier about nickel and also precious metal, which, if you look at these numbers, projection of trade with China, it's expected to take a center stage, given also Chinese plan to be the #1 EV producer globally. So with this number aside, Fred, I guess the first question to you is, how do you make sense of this global climate, and what do you think will be the role of ASEAN going forward?
I think good and exciting time. As you know, ASEAN has always found its place in the global supply chain ecosystems. Past in the 80s and 90s, ASEAN was a production hub to the West before China took over. Present to 2000, China's rise have led to ASEAN largest trade partners, representing close to 20% of the all trades. Looking in the future, multipolar world set to stay. Trade flows changing rapidly, driven primarily by two factors, as some ministers have highlighted. First, they've been calling decoupling or de-risking due to globalization or the great power competition between the Western Bloc and China. Second, build supply chain resilience from just in time to just in case, post-COVID pandemic and the Russian-Ukraine war that caused a disruption in supply chain. Actually, we already started to see a shift in supply chain to China +1 across the ASEAN economies and countries, with Vietnam being the main beneficiary today.
So I think you have seen some of the shift. What do you think ASEAN can do, I guess, to truly realize its potential, right? To really accelerate the fact that it's taking the space and the role to play a greater good for the global economy.
I think ASEAN have done well. To forge ahead, ASEAN is required to continue to ensure political stability and united ASEAN as an economic bloc amid the geopolitical tensions, continuing its investment policy in a friendly way and maintain a good infrastructure to attract FDIs. I think some of the minister and ASEAN secretary have highlighted how to harmonize economic policies for implementation, especially in the digital economy, trade standards, as well as consumer protection, among others. I think it's important to set clear policies, pathways, and goals in the development of digital and the green economies, and to capture the shift in the supply chain into this region. However, ASEAN needs to move fast, with India emerging as a competitor for the FDIs.
Great. Yeah. I do agree that greater harmonization, I think, will do a lot of good for the region overall. I know we also have a lot of investors coming out of China right now. It's very hard to talk about ASEAN future growth without China. Yep. How do you make sense of the recent slowdown in China, its outlook, and what impact it will play on ASEAN overall?
Understand China is facing some challenges, from both internal and external forces. I do believe China have the policy tools to address the problems in the medium to long term. Don't forget, China is now the world's second largest economy with GDP of $18 trillion. Even at a slower projected growth rate, let's say 4%, it translates to $700 billion annual GDP growth. That is about 2x of what the American projected growth of 2% on the GDP. Despite a slowdown, there's still tremendous opportunity for ASEAN-China trade corridor. We estimated of over 900 billion US dollar today. So tremendous opportunities.
Are you seeing this inflow of China into ASEAN from your experience with your clients today?
We definitely see continued investments, FDI into Indonesia, into Thailand, into Malaysia. EV sector has been one of the key mover in there. The downstream of nickel supply, as you say, have been flowing into China as well. I think similarly, coal, 45% of Indonesian coal continue to go to China markets. So I think the trade flows continue to be there. I think this region rich in commodities will continue to benefit as China continue to industrialize. And the digital economy also provide new avenues, okay, for a lot of ASEAN companies need not physically present in China to sell their product online, to tap the rising consumer market in China. So I continue to be very bullish, with the new engine for ASEAN, other than the old traditional engine, the West for ASEAN.
Yeah, it's great to hear that you're also seeing the inclusive growth with MSME at play as well. I guess let's shift gear a little bit around, we talk a lot about ASEAN and other economic blocks, but what about intra-ASEAN opportunity, right? I think as you see, we are actually quite bullish on the intra-ASEAN trade opportunity as an example. As your tagline, one bank for ASEAN, do you believe in this opportunity as well? And are you seeing the movement, I guess, intra-ASEAN?
First, thank you for making the marketing pitch for UOB. A short answer is yes. Political stability and growing economies in spite of slower global economies. ASEAN FDI and trade are often overlooked. ASEAN remains a top recipient of FDI, as Minister highlighted. It's over 200 billion US dollar last year. And the intra-ASEAN trade, again highlighted by my CEO, is over 800 billion US dollars. So these are all driven by large growing consumer demand in ASEAN. ASEAN is home to 670 million people with young demographic and rising middle income class. I think the shift in global supply chain is benefiting ASEAN with its cost competitiveness and the political neutral position amid the geopolitical tensions, and region rich with natural resources and friendly investment policy with relatively good infrastructure.
What would be, some of the examples, I guess, you are seeing as well, right, in terms of intra-ASEAN opportunity that you have observed, coming up in the region that people should be aware of?
I think the digital economy clearly have opened up borders. We see a lot of cross-border trade activities flowing on the e-commerce platform. The other thing I think, the EV industry could be a catalyst, to shift, combustion car to EV car, towards meeting our net zero environment as well. Again, the development on the downstream, some industry that we can learn from Indonesia, how to create the value chain, okay, and to create value. Nickel is one example. I think there are many other sectors can do similar thing, including the palm oil, okay. So we continue to see a lot of potential for this region to further enhance and create new growth opportunities.
Great. Yeah. So great to see the optimism, right, on the potential of ASEAN. I'm going to shift gear a little bit, right? I think as we are thinking about future growth as well, it is equally important to balance, the wealth creation within the region with a responsibility that goes along with this growth. And of course, one of the areas that has been widely talked about is the area of sustainability. If you look at the commitments that has been made by ASEAN countries and its major trading partner, everybody has committed to net zero by 2050 or 2060. And I think this level of commitment actually gives rise to, very huge projection. I think if you look at the impact of the green economy on the region, we're talking about 5.3 trillion US dollars of GDP growth per annum by 2050, that is in this space. We're talking about a cumulative of $6.7 trillion of investment into the green space over the next 30 years. And also from job creation perspective, 66 million jobs will be created in this space by 2050. I mean, all of these are very lofty projection, Fred. I guess my question to you is this a hype or is it reality? Do you see companies actually embracing this movement?
To answer the question short, both. I think it is very large investment would be required to move to low carbon and net zero. The market has been estimated over, $100 trillion over the coming decades to transition towards a net zero environment. We do see clients in some sectors moving quickly when tech and regulation are conducive, i.e. in the green building, in the energy efficient data centers, renewable energy like solar, EV, as you see the value chain. We also see clients struggling when tech and regulation are not aligned, i.e. in the oil and gas sector, circular economy, and even carbon credits. We also see clients are responding to global value chain requirements, especially from developed countries. European has started with carbon border tax and sustainability requirement in the supply chain RFPs. Medium long-term commercial opportunity is therefore huge, as sectorial value chain realign to decarbonize and critical need to protect and support SME across value chain to become ready for net zero.
Yeah. I think you talk about sectoral view as well. Do you see, acceleration of adoption of the green economy to be faster in some industries? Where do you see, I guess, the prospect for growth, right, across sectors and segments of the economy?
Yeah. I think the biggest mover is going to be probably in this region, power, renewable energy probably is one. It's not an easy one, as I say. I think the automobiles industry is another big one. I think given the number of cars on the roads. And of course, buildings, probably one of the easier to comply with, okay, to have some reduction in carbon emissions coming out of buildings. So yes, there are many sectors we're seeing of potential. There are sectors which are also encounter some challenges like agriculture, for instance. Right? The data ability measurement benchmark are still evolving. So I think there's some low-hanging fruits. I think yet there are other sectors which might take a bit longer time, but nonetheless, it's coming mainstream. I think the world have to start focusing on that. I think COP27, 28 will probably cement some of the more structured framework for country for adoption.
Yeah. Yep. I think if this concept is becoming more mainstream and the fact that more companies are willing to embrace this concept, what do you see as the biggest challenge, I guess, and impediment to accelerate the transition, right, towards the green economy?
I mean, generally our clients can access financing, but often we find they're struggling knowing how to invest. Yeah. The uncertainty may come from lack of common standards today, sometimes misaligned policy expectations, or even technologies or new technologies. Government obviously are attempting to bring clarity with national sectoral development plans and work in progress right now. Plus, SME in particular struggle with data, reporting. Various government, again, efforts are being to build national level reporting platform to support its progress, i.e. Singapore is announcing or having a consultation with respect to that disclosure framework.
Yeah. So I think there are some support that the government can give, right, in terms of infrastructure. But I think if we go back to the private sector, financial services sector in particular, how can financial services sector, I guess, help companies navigate this transition?
I mean, we alone cannot do it. it's going to be really a joint partnership between us as a catalyst, the private sectors, and the government. It is everybody's business, not just the banking business. Okay, so it's everybody's responsibility to make sure we see through a low carbon emission and net zero, achievements. Yeah, today, I mean, a bit of marketing, UOB in have set up dedicated team to assist our client to navigate, towards, a low carbon emission, either financing or projects or transitioning.
Great. Yeah. Good to hear that. Maybe I switch a bit. I think given this is, as mentioned earlier, the first event in Indonesia. So, we can't talk about the growth of ASEAN without Indonesia as an economic powerhouse, right? So I think, again, some data to show, right? I think Indonesia is structurally advantaged to continue to its growth trajectory that is really fueling the growth of ASEAN overall, be it from a demographic standpoint, when it remains the largest population in the region, and many are now entering productive age as well. You see the rise of digital economy in the country, with 40% of unicorns in the region actually originating from Indonesia. It is also a country that is blessed with resources, especially those that are related to the future economy as well. And probably less known, also amazing sustainability potential, contributing to 36% of actually the world's tropical peatlands today. So however you look at it, very advantaged starting point. And I think, as the minister has shared earlier as well, the country is also opening up new value chains and new economies to drive future growth, be it in the renewables and electric vehicle sector, the digital economy as a whole, or even in the nature-based solution and carbon market. It can play a meaningful role in developing these new economies for the region. I guess, Fred, the hype on Indonesia is not new, right? It's been there for many, many years. But to put it in perspective, how actually are you seeing companies who are successful in embracing this opportunity go about doing so?
Okay. I've kind of picked a few points my minister was talking about just now, and how you highlighted the opportunity and progress made by Indonesia. I think first I will summarize, Indonesia has done well in providing a very stable government and right economic policies. As you highlighted, Indonesia is also entering a golden period of growth with its large young population, digital savvy, rich natural resources downstream, rising middle income class. So I think companies need to consider how they can tap these opportunities in the digital and green economies, value-added downstream commodity industries, investment in infrastructure, transportation, and logistics.
Yep. I think if you give an example from your experience as well, right? What are some of the areas, I guess, like for a foreign players interested into the Indonesian market need to be wary of, right? And watch out for? What is that recipe for success, right?
I think if you look at the nickel industry, it's probably a good illustration of a clear policy as to Indonesia, how to create value added to industry. And also we see foreign investors who came in to participate in their opportunity and bring a new markets to Indonesia, have entered into joint venture, to make sure they're win-win in all this development. As Minister said, the potential of nickel industry alone, it created from few billion to potentially 20, 30 billion value to the industry, to the economy. So I think if we can replicate into bauxite and others industries, I think the catalyst for Indonesia to further create employment in middle income class, or getting out the middle income class trap, I think is tremendous, right? So I always say stable government, clear policy direction, you will see investors coming in to participate in the growth.
Great to hear. We also, of course, have some of the public sector officials here, right? if you, probably share your objective advice, what could Indonesia do more, right, to fully realize its potential and to attract even larger set of investors into the country?
Yeah. I think as a keynote speaker and a few ministers and it's been illustrating stable government with right policy direction, not just Indonesia, across ASEAN. Stability, ASEAN as economic bloc is very critical. I think create value added in rich natural resources, i.e. nickel industry, even forests, can turn to carbon credits, palm oil, you can turn into biomass fuel for transition energy. So you can name a host of these opportunities, out there. Well, natural resources, on one hand, do cause a lot of problems because they are not carbon friendly, but they create opportunity for investments, okay, to transition those industries to a greener industries and to seize the world opportunities that people start shifting to net zero environment. Again, friendly investment policies and continue at a good infrastructure, main ingredient to attract FDIs. Hopefully that we can do it quick and faster ahead of India becoming a new competitors for FDIs. I think the continued digital innovation and adoptions, I think is important. And lastly, sustainable pathways to meet net zero goals. I mean, to clear, in terms of timeline, milestones for achievement. I think there will be few of those things, I think important to further realize the full potential of Indonesia. In summary, I'm actually optimistic about Indonesia. I compliment the government for a very stable political environment the last 10 years and right policy directions to provide growth amid a very challenging external forces. To us at UOB, okay, Indonesia is an important footprint of our ASEAN strategy, and to be one bank for ASEAN, as my CEO in his keynote speech, and therefore important we remain committed to Indonesia. Thank you.
It's really great to hear that commitment. Maybe one more final question, Fred, if I may. We're entering political year in Indonesia, right? And you mentioned that the government has done a good job in the last 9 to 10 years to create a conducive environment. What would be, I guess, from, in short, some of the policies and direction of the country that you wish to see it continues, right, to make it, attractive market for investors at large?
I mean, what I saw, again, I'm not a political analyst, but what we saw, what we like is that, as I said, policy direction very clear. The ambition set for 2045, for Indonesia become a developed country, an ambition to be probably one of the top 5 world largest GDP economy. So I just hope, whoever the future leaders can sustain a consistent policy to achieve those vision and goals.
Noted.
Yeah.
Well, with that, I think we are at time. So thank you so much, Fred, for sharing your great insights. If I were to summarize just very few key takeaway points for our conversation today, I think number one, ASEAN is well-placed to capture tremendous opportunity going forward, especially as it maintain its centrality and being able to partner with 3 major economic blocs globally, right? Be it US, Europe, or China. I think secondly, sustainability movement is happening, and it will rapidly accelerate the growth, right? And you can truly embrace this, and it can be as big as the next industrial revolution that will create new future growth engine for the region. And I think finally, Indonesia's role in the ASEAN growth story remains pivotal and central, and that the outlook for Indonesia, as Fred pointed out, is brightly optimistic, and with that, will remain the center for ASEAN growth story. So with that, I thank you very much for your attention, and hope we can continue this conversation forward in the coming years, Fred.
Thank you, Ernest. Thank you.
Invite you, gentlemen, to move forward a bit, to stand in the center of the stage as Fred will hand of appreciation UOB to Ernest. It's really interesting, and we've got several key insights from the fireside chat that the growth of intra-ASEAN trade tops those of the world trade and also surpasses the trade between ASEAN with the US, EU, and China. Gentlemen, once again, thank you very much for Fred and Ernest. And we also had some key takeaways that are also important, that ASEAN has become an exciting investment destination for major MNCs, but to forge forward, ASEAN member states must move towards even greater regional harmonization. And also, Fred and Ernest discussed about Indonesia as ASEAN's potential powerhouse as the country is moving to the right direction. For example, going up in the value chain, continuing to invest in infrastructure, being more business friendly to attract investors, and being committed to sustainability. And both of them also touch upon Indonesia's importance to UOB and UOB's commitment to Indonesia. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in our next segment, we will hear how Indonesia is a gateway to unlocking ASEAN connectivity. Now, I would like to invite UOB's senior economist, Mr. Enrico Tanuwijaya, to unpack Indonesia's importance to the ASEAN region and its strength in connecting ASEAN with the rest of the world. Without further ado, please welcome Mr. Enrico Tanuwijaya.
Selamat pagi. Halo, oke. Selamat pagi, Mr. Wee Chong, CEO of UOB Group. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Tachia hao. Sawadee kap. Mabuhay. You want me to go on? No, okay. So I will just recap what we talked about this morning. ASEAN centrality and political stability are key ingredients for ASEAN to forge ahead. Now I'm going to ask and hopefully answer some difficult questions. ASEAN has a key mainstay export sectors, as you can see on the screen. These are the key sectors that ASEAN has to defend, but in order to forge ahead, you need a new paradigm of growth strategy. Palm oil, Malaysia and Indonesia has to put that ESG element if you were to grow stronger. EV, Thailand and Indonesia has to work hand in hand. Unfortunately, our trade cycles are too dependent on China. Look at this cycle. We follow exactly where China is. The good news is that the contraction that we are seeing right now due to the impact of a tighter monetary policy is actually much less compared to the 2008 global financial crisis. And Chinese trade contraction has bottomed out, meaning that ASEAN is bound to have a stronger trade ahead. But again, as I mentioned, the old mainstay key sectoral exports need to be relooked with a new strategy. How about Indonesia? Indonesia, in my view, offers an unparalleled investment opportunities in two sides of a coin. Firstly, done right, structurally transformed, it will be the key manufacturing hub for the region. This has started since downstreaming, which we will talk more in great detail in first session, began in 2010. Look at that, contribution to the so-called refinery and basic metals to the overall manufacturing value added has increased since 2010, going faster in 2018, and unstoppable during COVID. This is where the turning point is very significant. Nickel value added, the ore exports only amounted to like 2 billion before we refine it. Now it is up to the tune of 30 billion. Imagine you replicate that for copper. June next year, there'll be probably more policy for downstreaming. Bauxite already started. So this is, to me, opportunity, because the greater ecosystem that we are looking at is on the cleaner transportation. Now, I'm going to talk later at the end of it what are the challenges, but safe to say, done right, this unleashing of opportunity will be very powerful. Look at this, even during COVID, we have seen our commodity boom contributed to our overall export revenue more than the last boom in 2011. Very powerful. At the same time, it attracts the right kind of investment, which is investment to base metals processing. This is huge opportunity. China is pursuing its EV strategy relentlessly despite domestic-driven issues of property sector. This is the one that they will push through, and Indonesia stands to be the beneficiary of that. Now, this chart is very important, both for policymakers and businesses. The volatility in rupiah is supposed to be one of the biggest factors that cause investors to probably always ask the question. Now, imagine if you draw the right investment and export the right value added. What you can see here is the concept in economics called basic balance, which is the summation of the current account position and the net FDI. If the sum of the two is neutral or positive, rupiah will be stable, as evident during the first boom in the year 2000 till 2011. Afterwards, the boom ended, and we didn't have enough policy to draw the right FDI features in the country. Rupiah depreciated almost 80% or more. But right now, it is back to a positive basic balances. So whatever weakness that we see in the rupiah is a reflection of a dollar move, because Indonesia's external balance and position remains strong. Net FDI and current account surplus create an environment for the rupiah to remain quite stable, and in fact for next year, we expect the rupiah to come back down to below 15,000. Unit stability, not directional for investment in Indonesia, especially as foreign currency goes. Now, the second part of the coin, after being a strong manufacturing hub, Indonesia itself is a gateway to the strongest and biggest consumption market, especially so since COVID. COVID changed a lot of economic activities. Some temporary, some, in fact, most will be permanent. For example, when you travel out, you can't during COVID. You only watch via YouTube. Would you want to do that forever? I don't think so. But tuition, classes, lessons, to infiltrate and penetrate positively people in the remote area, this is powerful and give you an opportunity to invest. Education business in Indonesia actually is a big deal. Plus the fact that the internet penetration is not too bad. About 3/4 of us have it, but the problem remains on the rate of utilization. Yet, our productive age has increased from half into currently about 70% with a larger base. 50 years ago, our population is probably less than 200 million. Now, we have 280 million, and about 70% is in the consumptive era. And this is the best of all. Amongst ASEAN, the proportion of us that age 35 and below is actually above the ASEAN average. Above means the runway for Indonesia to really unleash and unlock the economic consumption potentials remains strong. In the region, Thailand has already entered into its aging populations 5 or 7 years ago. Singapore likewise, China too. Japan is an old story, which is currently probably facing a deflation issues. But Indonesia done right, structurally and willingly, we can really monetize the second part of the unparalleled position. Now, what do we need to go forward to really unlock these two. In the current juncture, there are 5 elements. First, energy transition is key. You need energy to grow the economy. And that relates to my second point and in the first panel. The industrial downstreaming, whatever you want to call it, you need energy. To power up, number 4, digital transformation, you need energy. A cleaner type, hopefully. And of course, we already have built the infrastructure right now, the roads, airports, and seaports. Now use it. You know, usually the inflation problem in Indonesia is due to the lack of infrastructure. Now we have it. So if your region is surplus in oranges or rice, for example, go and export it out from Sulawesi to Java, Kalimantan, the oranges to Java. We don't have to look too further away. Now we have a better transportation connection and logistics. And finally, of course, we also look forward to the transition of the new capital. They will actually represent a more push towards equitable growth as well as centrality of Indonesia. Now, this second chart, I want you to pay attention because to surround all the energy transition and whatnot, one has to understand the energy consumption mix in this region. Look at Indonesia. We are still coal dependent, and the direction is red. We want it to be green, meaning you reduce it, you move it to the right column. But it's easier to be ideologically very keen versus the actual business implementation. So strike a balance. Look at the Latin American country, Colombia, Venezuela. They moved to hydro, electric, wind turbine, and solar panel, right? China at least moved a little bit, although they are the highest coal-based energy power generator. But ladies and gentlemen, today, and as the first session and second goes, this actually represents challenges and opportunities. You invest it right, you'll reap it. And with the longer runway, we believe that actually for Indonesia, if you've been a faithful follower of our economic outlook, we've outlined many strategies of reform for the government. Today, we are focusing on 2, which is the industrial downstreaming, the value-added manufacturing growth, and secondly, to unleash the digital economy through digital transformation. And it is not impossible for Indonesia, with the reform trajectory, to reach 7 or more in terms of economic growth. And we believe, done right again, for structural transformation, Indonesia will reach a higher, more quality, and more sustainable economic growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pak Enrico. Terima kasih. Selamat po. Khop kap. Thank you so much once again, Pak Enrico, for sharing the factors promoting and enabling business environment and also FDI attractiveness in Indonesia for long-term sustainable growth. And it's really interesting because we've got many insightful data and figures in which Mr. Enrico touched on the downstreaming initiative by the President of Indonesia, President Joko Widodo, and his cabinet that creates higher added value for Indonesia's economy. And let's not forget that the processing of Indonesia's 3 basic metal commodities resulted added value more than double than its raw products. And Mr. Enrico also discussed about Indonesia being one of the biggest nickel reserve in the world. The nickel ore processing boomed in 2020 after the government banned nickel ore exports, and the added value of nickel to stainless steel is around 600% from its raw products. That's a very significant number indeed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will now be serving some snacks for you on your table. While enjoying the snack, we would like to continue with our next agenda. All right, next we would like to present 2 panel discussions that focus on topics of strategic significance to the ASEAN and Indonesia's economy. First, the commodity sector and its implications for the electric vehicle or EV value chain, and second, unleashing the power of the digital economy. And to moderate these 2 panel discussions, I would like to invite my dear friend, Ms. Alia Rahma. Let's give a big round of applause for Alia Rahma.
Hi. Thank you very much, Rory. Hello, everyone. Good morning one more time. It's great to see everyone here. Seems like Jakarta is the meeting center for everyone from the ASEAN countries, from outside ASEAN. So thank you very much. It is my pleasure to be able to stand here before you. My name is Alia, just mentioned by Rory, and just a little bit of an introduction so you get to know me better before I lead the panels. So I'm Alia. I started my venture in journalism and TV broadcasting industry back in 2003, so I was still a student of industrial engineering faculty in one of the universities here in Indonesia, and one private TV station hired me as a journalist and anchor. And then I had a little bit of adventure in a different hemisphere of the world, which is Egypt and Jordan, following my husband's assignment over there. And then I came back here years before the pandemic, and I came back into the TV industry and communication world, and here I am standing before you. I'm feeling very humbled and honored. So I will be leading the 2 very important panels. The first one is adding value to the commodity sectors. I believe that everyone has been listening to all of the presentations mentioned before me. Very, very optimistic to see how ASEAN is going to be having the driver to capture all the future potentials. So Indonesia now is taking a greater role in terms of its natural resources and incentivizing investment in processing facilities. We know now the nickel ore of Indonesia is on the upward trend, and everything is being sold and processed here domestically. So exports of nickel-containing metals have increased rapidly, and foreign direct investment into the metal industry has surpassed that into mining. Indonesia also has a goal to become the EV battery hub globally, and it has seen support as well towards this effort. We've seen Asian automakers have made billion-dollar investments to expand EV production facilities here in the country. Now, a 2022 ASEAN investment report noted that EV battery production made up a significant share of foreign direct investment in the region between 2019 to 2021, especially in Indonesia, Thailand, and Malaysia. And also there was a statement, I hope this has not been changed yet up until now, the Energy and Mineral Resources Ministry stated that it aimed to have more than 2.1 million electric cars on Indonesian roads by 2030. So a lot of efforts have been done, but Indonesia still faces hurdles in boosting its EV production and battery production in the country. So now I would like to invite everyone to discuss this, but for that I have a very prominent set of panelists that I would like to invite to join me on the stage. First of all, I would like to invite Mr. Yudo Dwinanda Priyadi, Director General of New Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia. Let's give him a big round of applause. Pak Yudo, please come to the stage. Selamat pagi, Pak Yudo. Very good to have you here. So, welcome to the stage. And please, this is your seat.
Thank you, Bu Alia.
And also joining us on the stage, would like to invite, let's give him a big round of applause, Mr. Michael Chong, General Manager, Great Wall Motor, Thailand. Welcome. And this is the part where you can say, Khop Kun Ka. Thank you and welcome once again to Jakarta. This is your seat. Nice meeting you. Please.
Hi.
And also, the last but not least, I'd like to also invite to the stage Mr. Bonar Silalahi, Managing Director and Head of Sector Solutions, Group Wholesale Banking, UOB. Great to see you again, Pak Bonar.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi. Hello, Pak Wido.
Please. So I have three gentlemen with me on the stage right now. Just before I start, I'd like to extend the apology on behalf of the CFO of Mind ID, Mr. Ahmad Fazri, who got last-minute notice for a ministry meeting. So he needs to attend that meeting. He's supposed to join us on this panel. But that's okay. And just to remind everyone, it will be very fun and also fruitful if you would like to as well join us on the discussion. If you have questions, please do that. Just scan the barcode, which will be available on the screen as well as on your tables. Just scan that and put your questions to any of the panelists that we have this morning. So let's converse, gentlemen. So we know that Indonesia already has a roadmap to achieve the net zero emission by 2060, or hopefully sooner than that. And also, this needs immediate and sustained actions, definitely. But it's not easy, and we have at least three priorities, which is the energy transition and the energy that is more efficient, renewables in the electricity sector, and also cleaner energy, green energy, to fuel the economic activity. So my first question would go to you, Pak Yudo. How do you see this? And also, if you could tell us more on the measures looking at Indonesia's roadmap to achieve those at least three focuses. Go ahead.
Thank you, Bu. Thank you, Bu. Indonesia, the net zero emission target for Indonesia is 2060 or sooner.
Yeah.
Sooner in the sense that if we can get further support from global community, at least for two things. Number one, technology. We do need a new technology, more efficient, more productive, and of course, since we are a different country, we do need affordable one. And secondly, we do need finance. That's very happy to see you all. That we do need new projects on the ground, new renewable for energy efficiency as well. And for what we call the new energy, like nuclear, like hydrogen or ammonia. There's something within our plan. So in the future, the picture of Indonesian energy will quite different. 2060, the majority of our energy came from solar, from sun. That's number one. And that's why we do need, since solar is intermittent in the sense, when day on and then night off, So we do need battery to store it. And that's why we are very serious about building a battery. And then another one, of course, we do need a stable one, stable power generation, like geothermal, like hydro as well, to support this, to overcome this intermittency problem actually. And also we plan to have a nuclear power plant in Indonesia in the future, of course. And hopefully, by doing this, we can still, 100% fulfill Indonesia, our domestic energy demand, as well as, promoting efficiency. That's very, very serious for us. We have a new regulation on efficiency that push corporation, companies like you, to adopt energy efficiency measure. And big corporations have to report to us online. We have the online system right now. About 300 companies already submitted reports about the level of energy efficiency to us, to our DG. And then another thing that we also, why we do need energy efficiency? Because by doing efficiency, we can reduce the investment. The investment is very, very high actually to support energy transition. Then it is right now it's not quite easy actually to get investment to come to Indonesia. But however, we hope that by doing many regulation, revising regulation, including right now we are finishing the new law of new energy and renewable energy law. So hopefully this is going to be the significant game changer for us for doing our energy transition until 2060. Again, we want to put access at reliable services as well as doing energy efficiency.
All right, Pak Yudo. So it's very loud and clear that Indonesia has laid out the roadmap to make everyone easy to put the investments in. Also, infrastructures are going on in Indonesia. And we have seen the nickel ore output, as I've mentioned in the early session, in the early prelude, that it is on the upward trend. And exports of nickel contain metals have increased rapidly as well. We have seen the FDI into Indonesia has also reaching quite a good level. How would you account for this rapid growth? Because Indonesia, it seems like it's at the center of ASEAN at the moment. So how do you see and account this rapid growth, and what, in your view, will be the future trend?
The story actually more complex, more complex rather than the story that you just asked me, Actually, when talking about what we call critical minerals, a certain set of minerals that to support and transition, copper, tin, nickel, for battery, and aluminum as well, for instance, and many more if you're talking about a smaller scale like cobalt for battery. So, number one, of course, we want to have this downstreaming industries, We want to build battery to support our transition, and also we want to have aluminum smelters. Number one, I think the first one is still constructed in Western Kalimantan. And tin, we have it, to support that. So the government strategy is to build these downstream industries. And I need to tell you more actually about the silica sand, because we do need to build our domestic manufacturing facility to produce solar cell. And then a month ago, a big corporation in Indonesia, Trina, second largest solar producer, Sinarmas and Agra, already groundbreaking in Kendal, the first, intendedly the first solar manufacturing plant in Indonesia. And to my knowledge, there are several investors, already showing a strong intention to invest in Indonesia about this. So again, nickel is already, ongoing. Tin already ongoing, and aluminum on progress. Silica sand in the beginning.
Just starting off.
Just started.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Pak Yudo. Now I'd like to go to Mr. Michael Chong. So on January last year, 2022, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, or RCEP, was officially implemented. And in February 2022, Great Wall Motors announced its intent to cover 8 areas or 8 markets in ASEAN by the end of this year, 2023. So why ASEAN, first of all? I mean, it's pretty clear actually, but we would like to borrow your head. And why ASEAN, and how have you established so far in the region?
Okay, first, very happy and honored to be invited here to have some sharing about our experience of the investment and also some understanding of the EV development in the region. So I'm going to have some brief introduction about our company and our milestones in the region. So actually, as everybody knows that Chinese companies are expanding globally, right? I think ASEAN is one of the key market for the Chinese players to expand outside of Chinese market. I think some of the reasons, China and ASEAN, we have a very strong, relationship, and also the economy of the ASEAN and China, increasing significantly in the recent years. So I think these are the basis of our expansion outside of China. For Great Wall Motors, our expansion, we think ASEAN is our strategic market. So because of the population, because of the market opportunity, so that's why we have very strong investment in ASEAN region. For our development here, actually we enter into the ASEAN region in 2020 by acquiring one current factory in Thailand. And in 2021, we launched GWM brand. So GWM, Great Wall Motor, actually we launched this brand. And 1 year later, in 2022, February, actually we have our ASEAN strategy 4+4. So that means we have some subsidiary companies for the local production and also some imported from China.
For the overall, markets, as you mentioned, actually currently we already covered 9 out of 10 ASEAN markets.
9 out of 10?
Yeah, 9 out of 10.
Okay.
So actually Indonesia is the market we're going to launch in the first quarter of next year. Yeah.
All right, so next year, first quarter, it will be launched for Indonesia.
Yeah, quarter one of 2023.
All right. Okay, so if we look at ASEAN, we know that Thailand has gone into the way to become the regional vehicle production hub, and it has the latter long-established export-oriented automotive industry as well. What about Indonesia? What kind of challenges you think Indonesia will face in terms of making it itself to become also a hub of EV and also battery production in the region of Southeast Asia?
If we see the total market volume of the ASEAN market, Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, these 2 markets are the top ranking of automobile consumption and production. I think currently Thailand and Indonesia, even Malaysia, are working on to be the regional hub for the vehicle manufacturing. I think the market is already doing a very good job. I think for Indonesia, right, we think this market is very important to us because of the great population and also the market opportunity. We think still the ownership per 1,000 vehicles can be improved a lot. So that's why we think this market is a good opportunity. So currently, apart from the investment in Thailand market, we have the full manufacturing facilities, stamping, welding, painting, assembly, and also we have the subsidiary companies like the seating, the wire harness, the chassis parts, the engine, and also very recently we have our battery plant in Thailand market. So currently we have a full presence and a very, very heavy investment in the Thailand market. But for Indonesia, we think this market is also very potential. That's why we have actually very recently, in June of this year, we have signed the strategic partnership with one of the world's largest distributor group, Inchcape.
Inchcape, yes.
Yeah. So actually, we are working on some models introduction and also even the local production of the vehicles. So this is our plan. Actually, we have unveiled our products in Indonesia market in the August International Motor Show.
Right.
So that, as I mentioned, firstly we're going to launch the vehicles with our partners in Inchcape, right, in this market, and gradually we are working on the localization of the market.
All right. So Indonesia is seen as very potential as becoming the EV hub in the region as well. Now I'd like to go to Pak Bonar. Pak Bonar, since President Joko Widodo's first term, which is back in 2014, we have seen focuses on expanding domestic benefits from the mining by requiring mining companies to domestically add value, right? And also forcing the foreign investors to reduce shareholdings in the mining companies operating in Indonesia. Now this culminated in 2020, where we're seeing the implementation of a complete ban on the export of nickel ore. So is a shift towards higher value, you think, would give us challenges as well as opportunities? And with the regional footprint that UOB has, how do you see this translating into other commodity classes as well?
Yeah, thank you, Alia. Good morning, everyone. I think I would like to quote some of the numbers that our earlier speaker talked about. Right? First of all, I think the value addition is the only way to create an economic growth in a sustainable way. Now, let me quote some numbers. First is from Eriko. He mentioned that during the ore export era, Indonesia export of nickel ore is only about $2 billion. Then this morning, Pak Hidayat said that in 2014, when the idea of value addition is muted, the export of nickel-related products is about $14 billion. And then he also mentioned now it's about $34 billion. Of course, the price is different.
Yeah.
So it is transformational. So value addition is transformational. But there are two challenges when we talk about economic transformation. The number one challenge is how to make sure that this transformation is sustainable, can sustain and continue. Because it is very easy, and we have seen some examples, when a country start the transformation, stop midway, and then it loses the momentum, right? For example, let's talk about nickel, go back to nickel. It's always easy and more interesting when we talk about nickel to battery. But let's not forget about the ferronickel part, which is the biggest part of our export now in nickel. What can Indonesia do to continue push down the value chain and create more value added? Right? So that is the first challenge. The second challenge is to make sure that the three elements of any transformation is aligned and in harmony. The three is capital, technology, and policy. In any transformation, you need these three elements to work together.
So capital,
technology, and policy.
Okay.
Right? So these three must work in balance, right? Let's make one example of EV, right? For example, you have the technology, you have the capital, but what we need is the policy to design so that it can attract the capital and create the domestic market, right? You see this on US IRA, for example. This act is created for three main purposes. Number one is to transform the demand in the country to more renewables, create US as the hub of the renewables, and the three is to create US as the center of technology in renewables. So in Indonesia, the technology is out there, the capital is out there. What we need is the policy designed to attract more capital and to create market, domestic market in the country. But if we look at two-wheelers EV, for example, the policy is ahead, the technology is ahead, but the capital is behind, right? The government has introduced the subsidy, the earlier regulation basically create a bit more complicated to get the $450 subsidy on two-wheelers. Recently, it is changed, becoming so easy to get the subsidy. But out of the quota of 200,000 two-wheelers electric, the most recent numbers that I saw, only 1,000 is taken up. So the policy is geared toward helping the market to grow. The technology is there, but what is lacking is the capital, because the ecosystem of financing for end buyer is not there yet. So the three things must be in harmony, and I think that is the one that making sure that the transformation continues, and whenever these three moves, it will create always the opportunity for the business to grow.
Right. So we cannot lose the momentum, and we have to make sure that the capital, the technology, and the policy is there. Move along simultaneously.
Yes.
Okay, to support that. Okay, let's go back to Pak Yudo. Pak Yudo, we know that we want to have this universal access to electricity, and we want to balance the energy as well whilst reducing the reliance on fossil fuels. But we know that to have the electricity, we still need the energy. So energy means, actually, energy is life for now, right? So what are the opportunities that you see lie ahead for private sector investment and maybe participate in this matter?
Sure. Energetization, provides so many opportunities, Just to give you an example, a month from now, I think in early November, the president will inaugurate the first floating solar plant, biggest one in Indonesia, 145 megawatt AC, not DC. The DC number is about 297, something like that. So it's located in Cirata. That's going to be the largest floating solar power plant in the region, not only Indonesia. So you can imagine, we will multiply this kind of project, floating solar, because we have many dams that we have, and we can roll out, at the surface, this floating solar, without need any, land, actually. That's number one. And secondly, yes, of course, as the 280 million people, we do need, as authority, to focus on energy access, providing access all over Indonesia However, bear in mind, this is the largest archipelago on Earth.
True.
That, you know, we have to run our energy system island by island independently. So the idea that we have right now that we want to build what we call super grid, you know, connecting Java, Sumatra, Java, Kalimantan, and then from Java, Bali goes to Eastern Nusantara. Back to commodity, you know very well, you know, a cable made from copper, right? So you can imagine the consumption of copper in the future. And to add more, you know, the ASEAN power grid, ASEAN power, so not only Indonesia, ASEAN as well, you know, have the dream to build ASEAN power grid. Again, you can imagine the future of this commodity sector. So, but again, when talking about islands, you know, of course, the cheapest one is depending on local resources. Sun, you know, maybe in the future when technology is commercially available, using the tidal or you know, sea current, for instance, you know. But so far, you know, like sun, solar is one of the top priority for us. We have the sun, tropical country, right?
If I go back to what Pak Bona already mentioned, that we have seen examples like the US, let's say, and in this very much fragmented world in terms of its economy, how do you think Indonesia can actually bridge that so that we don't lose the momentum, while we don't want to just do businesses with our bloc members, let's say, but open more opportunities so that we can be more powerful, because synergy is everything today. So how do you see Indonesia can actually open more to that opportunities?
Oh, we create demand actually. Just to give some numbers, you know, until 2060, we will build our solar capacity more than 700 gigawatts. That's why we are very serious when talking about domestic manufacturing facility. And then, so many projects in the future when talking about solar, geothermal as well, hydro, big hydro, you know. That's why, you know, we have the plan to connect Java to Kalimantan, you know, to absorb more the hydropower from Kalimantan goes to Java actually. And then by doing this, you know, the dream to have a green industries can be realized, you know. So a lot of things actually, but maybe not now, but you know, step by step we will do it.
Okay, we do the baby steps, but we start now, okay?
Yes.
Now, let's go to Mr. Michael Chong. So there was an increased focus on the downstream industry roadmap, especially in Indonesia. We have heard from Pak Yudo as well, and including one of the EV industry. Now, could you elaborate your roadmap for developing homegrown battery electric vehicles entails? How is your views on the considerations at play for developing homegrown battery electric vehicles in ASEAN markets?
Yeah, I think for the BEV development in the ASEAN market, now it's just in the very beginning. So actually, before 2 years, actually, for example, the Thailand market and the overall you know, ASEAN market, the total BEV sales less than 2,000 units. But you know, I think last year from 2022 to 2023, we got some government subsidy, like in Thailand. You know, they have some excess reduction and also some cash subsidy of the BEV. So we can see that this year, you know, every month we can sell around 7,000 units in total in the market. And also Vietnam is also developing very fast. I think this is the very early stage, but with the government support, we can have we can have very potential to have the big growth. So I think with this trend, we also hope the other government of the ASEAN market can also give this kind of support to the market, to the customers, to the vehicle brand, and to try to have the quick introduction of the BEV in the market. I think this is the very beginning, because we have to admit that the BEV price in the very beginning is very high, right? Without some subsidy from the government, some support, it's not possible. It's just rich people's car. But with some support, we can have the quick introduction of the vehicle to the consumers. Once consumer try the BEV, I think some of you may try the BEV, right? If you drive the BEV, you cannot come back to the ICE.
Right.
Because of the NVH, because of the technology, because of the acceleration, the performance of the vehicle, I think it's super good, right, very good. And also, currently the technology of the battery is already mature, right? I think, especially in Southeast Asia, the climate here is very suitable for the BEV development. I think these are the factors, which can contribute a lot to the development of the BEV. Of course, we have some challenge as well, right? For example, the charging infrastructure. So currently, actually, the charging facility is still, kind of behind, to meet the customer's charging request, right? So if people live in the house, they can install the charger. But for the consumer who live in the condominium, apartment, it's not easy to install the chargers.
That's true.
Yeah. So that's why I think these are some of the bottlenecks. Right? If we can solve this problem, I think the development of the BEV will be very fast. But anyway, I think now the trend is already going on.
Yeah.
Right, with the market like Thailand, Vietnam, even Indonesia is also, some customers already accepted the BEV cars. So for the company, I think we should treat these companies very seriously and to invest in the BEV. Right, I see that the Indonesia has very aggressive, plan, right, to have the carbon neutrality. So I think this is the good guidance to the investors, in the market. So we have to be ready for the new energy vehicles.
Yeah.
Right. That's why for our product portfolios we have HEV, PHEV, and BEV. So this can meet the different requirement of the customer, and also this is a good transition for the vehicle. So I see in the end of this year or in the following years, I can see the very positive development and growth of the BEV.
Okay, it's great to hear that. And I just want to remind Pak Yudoso, SDM mentioned that 2.1 million EV will hit the roads of Indonesia. That's still going to be on the plan, right? By 2030.
Yeah. But I have to address that our main problem actually when talking about vehicles is two-wheelers.
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 We have a lot of two-wheelers
125 million motorbikes in Indonesia.
That's right.
And then when talking about transition to EV, from internal combustion to EV, this is one of our priority actually. We have the not subsidy, but subsidy meaning for full people, but so it's incentive. Incentive to buy two-wheelers EV as you can bring your old motorbikes and then we can convert it into vehicle, and both of these cases, get 7 million. Incentive for the government, in the sense that guys, please move on this track, energy transition.
Although the owners of motorcycles are sometimes not the ones from the lower economic level, some people
That's
really
why,
just don't.
yeah,
Exactly.
That's why not subsidy, incentive.
Incentives, that's right. Okay, Pa. So we have seen how now the roadmap is very clear for Indonesia. I would like to ask Pak Yudo again, how will the increasing demand for EVs, two-wheelers, increasing demand of EVs, the two-wheelers or the four-wheelers, be met through the localization of manufacturing and supply chain? And what would the impact be to the consumers, be from the cost perspective, because in the beginning it will be quite expensive? And what incentives for consumers and producers have been extended by the government?
We want to build what we call the ecosystem for EV.
Ecosystem for EV.
You mentioned about charging station. That's one case, But we want to also build the industry, battery, and also charging facility, as well as the swap station. Still in the beginning phase actually. Swap station, because people, when thinking about recharging of EV, people always think about how fast can you go? Can you be as fast as gasoline? Like a gas station, something like that. And then also we behind of this story, we also develop many standards, new standards actually for EV. And then we discuss with with the industries, because they know actually have more experience than us, but we want to adopt and then make a standard actually. Just one thing, example, this dimension of battery for EV for two-wheelers. Yeah, it depends on the type of the
motorcycle.
That's right. Okay, so we have to adjust here and there, and then build a typology actually. That's just one case, you know. And then in the future, battery recycling, of course. Nickel will be, you know, gradually gone, you know, maybe next 2 decades, 3 decades, you know. But recycling will be our future, and also R&D. Yeah, R&D is again another our priority actually.
Research and development.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, Pak. Let me go to Pak Bonar. Pak Bonar, UOB, what is the approach to banking this burgeoning sector, as we've seen that this has become the priorities? How do you see financial institutions like UOB evolving their approach and services to actually help the clients to capture the opportunities?
Yeah. Okay, so let me just go back to the three element of transformation, right? You have the technology, policy, and capital. I think bank will play role in bridging the capital, whether it is equity, loan, or trade financing. Understanding the importance of the capital, bridging the capital. There are 2 things that UOB has that help to bridge the capital movement, right? First is sector expertise. It is very difficult to bridge the capital requirement without understanding the sector well. And that is why in 2017, UOB set up this sector solutions group to really understand the dynamic and the mega trends of the sector. The second is connectivity, because ASEAN is part of the bigger value chain. You need to understand how it is connected from China to ASEAN, from within ASEAN. Let me give you one example how we use the sector expertise and the connectivity. In Thailand, we won the ESG Trade Financing of the Year in Thailand because we provide the dealership financing for EV in Thailand. Now, at that point, the EV penetration rate is very low. Now it is bigger. 2020 is about 3.7, 2022 is about 8.7% EV penetration. But at that point of time, it is very important to understand the sector dynamic because it is early adoption of EV. We need to understand that EV is there, it will grow, but we also need to have the connectivity because the principals are China manufacturer, and they are going into distributing their product in Thailand. So having the connectivity and sector understanding is the key to our approach in supporting the transformation. So if you want to get connected and if you need support to grow your business, UOB is here right by you.
All right, that's great. Okay, so now we still have a couple of minutes left. I'm going to open for anyone. So I've seen some questions already in on our pigeonhole. So thank you very much for the enthusiasm. Let me just read the question out to you. But this one is in Indonesian, I believe. So, kedepannya bagaimana potensi nikel Indonesia di pasar dunia? What would be the future of nickel potential in the future in the world market? And also, what about the quality? Can it actually be compatible or competitive enough if you compete against Russia, nickel from Russia? And how does Indonesia nickel quality compare with other countries' resources? That was what it meant.
The future of nickel will become, nowadays nickel is going to stainless steel. This is called the ore called saprolite. So this higher quality goes to stainless steel, and then mainly export to China. We have very strong market there in China. And the second one, what we call the limonite, the lower class actually goes to battery.
All right.
This two path is very different technology actually.
Got it.
So number one, the future nickel, now we have a new business in the future, battery.
Okay.
Using the same resources, same ore, different class, Now we have the much higher resource actually.
Right.
Lower class nickel is everywhere actually. Yeah, it's larger than the first class of nickel, So battery is going to be the business. The nickel price, of course, in my opinion, will be stronger.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for the optimism, Pak Yudo. Okay, now let's go to the next question we've seen here. The obstacles in the current condition of EVs are the long charging process, we talked about that, and the long distances of archipelagic Indonesia. So maybe this one goes to you, Mr. Chong. If everyone uses EVs, imagine the charging queues will be at the rest areas. Do you have any solution, maybe from your experiences? Do you have any solution to this?
Yeah, actually, the charging is one of the problems for the customer, right? So currently, I think we have a combination of the solution to the customer. So firstly, if we buy the vehicle, we can charge it at home. I think we can charge it over the night. So it's called slow charge.
So you cannot party all night, right? Because you have to charge your EV.
Yeah, you can just run 500, even 600 one charge. So actually, apart from the home charge, we also have the supercharge. We call it DC charge. So DC charge means, the charging input is much faster than the home charge. So that means, within around 30 to 40 minutes, the customers can finish around 50% of the vehicle charging. Of course, still this is not fast enough, right? I think now the technology is going on, and also the vehicle input of the power is also increasing, but of course the cost will increase, right? But we need some support from the government as well to, for example, provide the transformers to support the quick charge. One more solution, I think, for this, for example, Indonesia is a long distance driving, right? We can put the charging station in the gas station. I think this is what charging operators are doing now. So, for example, every 50, every 100, kilometers of the gas station, we have the charging station. So customers, when they drive the vehicle in a longer distance, they can go there and just have 5 to 10 minutes drive, 5 to 10 minutes break, and then just have a quick charge. It can support around 100 or even 200 kilometers drive. I think these are
100 or 200.
Yeah, 100 or even 200, depending on the input capability of the vehicle and also the charger.
Okay.
Currently, I think with the charger, the capacity, for example, we have the 160 kilowatts, 180 kilowatts. Is a smart charging. So if one vehicle come here, the maximum input is 160 or 180.
Right.
But of course, depending on the vehicle, right? And also, if two vehicles come here, it will be separated into two. Every vehicle, will share the same of this 160 or 80.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there are technologies that will not make people queue on the rest areas because we have options as well on the different types of batteries you mentioned. Okay, thank you very much for your answer. And now let's go to the next one. Long obstacles on the current condition of EVs are the long charging. Sorry, that was the one that you answered. So, to the future, we see the future now, Pak. Kedepannya. We have actually answered that as well.
We have answered
okay,
that.
so now I just have my questions to all of you. So, when people see Indonesia, okay, people perhaps see Indonesia as a gateway to ASEAN. So people do not see Indonesia as one, but perhaps what do you think if Indonesia and other ASEAN countries collaborate, for example, with Malaysia, with Thailand, in making this into a reality? Because for Indonesia, it might be a long way to go, as mentioned by Pak Yudo, but when we collaborate, will it be better? Will it make it easier and faster? Maybe from Pak Yudo first?
Sure, within ASEAN, Pak Savinder Singh maybe can add, but again, we have Trans-ASEAN, the plan of Trans-ASEAN pipeline, gas pipeline, we have the ASEAN power grid, for instance, that, one country that needed, can get supply from other country.
Yeah.
And the trend is again to green energy, renewables, that's number one. And secondly, of course, when doing together, we can build a very good value chain actually. Yeah, we're talking about supply chain, we're within Indonesia and Singapore and Malaysia as well, and Thailand too, I think, yeah. At least this the four largest economies, in ASEAN, will drive the ASEAN, all ASEAN countries, the trend will go there, like this set by these 4 countries. That's my own opinion. Yeah.
Thank you, Pak Yudo. What do you think, Mr. Chong?
I think for the Indonesia, because we have not officially operate in this market yet, but actually we are keep learning, studying this market, and also have some discussion with our local partners. So we think that one of the important factors is the policy, so clear of the policy. So this is very important because we want to have long-term development in the market. We need to be clear what is the policy for the long term, especially the electrification, right? I think currently, the ASEAN market, everybody is pushing for the electrification, and in Thailand it's already clear policy. So we hope in Indonesia also we have the stable and also very clear policy, so that investors are clear how much we're going to invest, what product we're going to launch in this market, because this is not one shot, right? This is long-term business.
And a good climate, definitely incentives for the investors. And would you like to add, Pak Bona?
Yeah, I think ASEAN as a bloc is a very strong bloc for 4 reasons at least. Number one, it has the diversity. Each of the ASEAN countries has a unique quality and has a unique quality. For example, Thailand is a hub for manufacturing.
Yeah.
Indonesia is center of natural resources. Vietnam is moving to manufacturing and digital. So every country has a unique quality. Second, it has a large population. We are 600 to 700 million population. Third, it has the young population. So just combine the large population and young population, it's actually a big market. And the fourth thing that is very important is higher middle class. So our middle class in ASEAN is actually growing quite strong. So with that 4 quality, ASEAN is a huge market. And that is why I think the reason why intra-ASEAN trade itself is reaching to very, very strong. Yeah. So yes, if we work together, ASEAN, it's going to be a big bloc.
Work together, we become stronger. Okay, there's just one question that I would raise to the panelists here. So thank you for the question. This is from Aan. Why mean objects in media product nickel? How about other products from Indonesia? Maybe other commodity classes, as we mentioned earlier. How about oil and mining batu bara? More potential for the future? Oh, I'm sorry. This is for oil and mining batu bara.
Yeah,
what do you think, Pak?
I can take that. Actually.
You can.
Yeah, I think why is it we talk always about nickel? Sometimes people get bored, like everyone talk about nickel. I think nickel is one of the example or a success story where the value addition, when the policy set right for value addition, it can transform the economy. Of course, Pak Yudo talk about other other commodity like copper, for example. In coal, we talk about coal transformed into methyl, chemical coal. So there are other commodities, and if we can continue the policy for value adding the commodities, I think we will have the same story like what nickel did.
So we can actually do the same with the other as well, like a success story of nickel in Indonesia. Okay, thank you for answering that. So I think we have come to the end of this panel discussion session. So in summary, it is indeed true that Indonesia is very rich in its resource as a country, and there are huge low-hanging fruits, as mentioned as well by Pak Enrico earlier, and hence create prospects. So basically, all raw or low value added are prospects. There are 2 main challenges. First, to make sure that the value addition and creation continue, not stopping at some point, and to make sure that the key ingredients, 3 key ingredients, which are the capital, technology, and policy on transformation are aligned. One of the potential value addition that more often forgotten is also the human capital. We didn't really touch on that very much. And Indonesia can be the gateway to ASEAN, and the Southeast Asian countries can combine forces to bring in different strengths and expertise to benefit the EV ecosystem in the region. So thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's give a big round of applause for a very robust and fruitful discussion. And let me invite you to just in front of the stairs here as we give an appreciation, token of appreciation to all of the panelists. For this, I would like to invite Mr. Harapman, Wholesale Banking Director of UOB Indonesia, up on the stage to present our speakers' token of appreciation and for the photo opportunity, please. Terima kasih, Pak Yudo. Thank you very much to all of the panelists. Pak Yudo, thank you very much. And also Mr. Michael Chong, thank you very much for also giving us the information and enlightenment in the EV and battery for the EVs. Thank you so much. And let's use this opportunity for the photo session. Don't forget to smile, gentlemen. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Have we squeezed enough? Yes, one more time. In 3, 2, 1. All right. Thank you so much once again, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pak Yudo. Thank you very much, Mr. Chong. Thank you, Pak Bonar. Thank you, Pak Haraman. Wow. All right. So that was our first panel discussion. I had a lot of information and knowledge actually gained on that. Hopefully all of you did too. And let us now continue to our next panel session, which will have a very interesting topic as well. So we're going to talk about unleashing the digital economy. So we know that this year and the years to come will be very, very exciting for ASEAN, as trade within ASEAN with ASEAN Plus 3 is going to be rapidly growing, and with China as the major trading partner, of course, and ASEAN is gaining global market share from China's evolving trade landscapes as well as the shifting in its supply chains. So Indonesia is expected to take the bigger role in becoming the gateway to ASEAN. If Indonesia embraces digitization, it can realize an estimated $150 billion in growth, so 10% of the GDP by 2025. And digital technologies offer ways to boost productivity across sectors and expand participation in the economy from all segments of the population. So everyone should take part, allowing everyone to take part in roles. As newcomers will be coming in as well, and the era is shifting, so the role of the central bank will need to be more agile and still relevant to the shifting era. But accelerating the digital progress in Indonesia still require businesses to step up the game and the challenge and fundamentally transform themselves. So join me to welcome the set of panelists that will be speaking on this section. Let's call to the stage Mr. Diki Kartiono, Assistant Governor of Payment System Policy Department, Bank Indonesia. Pak Diki, silakan naik ke atas panggung, Pak. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Please. Selamat datang, Pak Diki. Okay, Pak, I think you will be sitting next to me, so welcome. Nice meeting you too, Pak. Okay, I have Pak Diki on the stage now. I'd like to invite as well to join us Mr. Hans Patwo, Director and President of Financial Technology Business Unit, PT GoTo, Gojek, Tokopedia, Indonesia, TBK. Welcome, Pak Hans. From GoTo Group, please. I have two gentlemen already. Now I'd like to invite somebody to accompany me as a female, Miss Megawati Key, Director, Channels and Strategic Partnerships, Southeast Asia, Google Cloud. Finally, a woman Thank you. Yes, I can see the girl power.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Thank you and welcome. And the last but not least, of course, to join us on the stage, let us welcome Mr. Terence Cole, MD and Head of Telecommunications, Media and Technology Sector Solutions Group, UOB. There you are, looking great with a batik. Is that batik? Anyway, you look great. Welcome. Please have a seat, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so very interesting topic. Digital economy in Southeast Asia has been very, very rapid, particularly in Indonesia. It has gone through unprecedented speed. And certainly we don't want to go back with the non-cashless. ATMs are probably going to be gone soon. Everyone is doing transactions via mobile devices. And Indonesia actually places 11th as the largest market of e-commerce with predicted revenue of $45.28 billion in 2023 and has become the first mobile first nation where approximately 75% of the online purchase are made via mobile devices. This actually far exceeds the US, where platforms have been there for a longer time and more established, firmly established compared to Indonesia. So we don't want to go back, definitely. And given the comprehensiveness, let's go to Goto first. You have very comprehensive offerings, definitely, Pak Hans. And we want to know, what does it mean by unleashing the digital economy according to your knowing?
Put in simple terms, when we say about unleashing the digital economy, the key words are digital and economy, obviously. So what it means for us is commerce or activity, economic activity that otherwise would not have happened without digital, without apps, is what we would look to unleash. So for example, when you think about GoCar, it's our transportation service, on-demand transportation service.
I came here by GoCar, by the way.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And there was always a need for transportation for people to get from point A to point B. And now, through the use of the Gojek app, through digital means, there is now an economic activity because more and more people with the need to move have now been matched with the people who are able to provide that service. Similarly, for e-commerce, there are always people who are looking to purchase, and there are sellers. And what an e-commerce Tokopedia has allowed us to do is to match the buyers and sellers through digital means. And this is economic activity that is now unleashed through digital means. So any additional economic activity that is coming from any digital enablement is how we would classify to be unleashing the digital economy.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to also mention that there was supposed to be Pak Samuel Abriani, Director General of from the Ministry of Informatics of the Republic of Indonesia. Unfortunately, he could not make it due to his last-minute duty to Bali. And also inviting everyone once again to be taking part in this discussion. So scan the barcode and just put your questions there. So thank you, Pak Hans. You have laid out what it means by unleashing the digital economy. So what do you think the impact be to the businesses and the consumers?
Quite significant. Perhaps I'm biased, but if you look just within the Goto group, some of the research has indicated that we can contribute up to 1 to 2% of GDP for Indonesia. But I think the story here is not about the Goto group, right? The story is about what digitization can do to an economy, an emerging economy like Indonesia. And what we see, if you take a look, we have approximately 2.5 million registered drivers. Within Gojek, which is GoFood and Tokopedia, we have almost 18 million registered merchants. And we have, as of last year, 60 million users.
Right.
And if you add all of these up, there's a tremendous amount of economic activity that is being unleashed through the matching of buyers and sellers of products and services. So, and again, we see this repeated again and again, also in the fintech space, and I believe that the potential is quite significant. I think one thing that we have learned is, while there has been rapid growth in the digital space here in Indonesia, compared to some of the more developed, highly digitally penetrated markets such as China, we still have quite a ways to go. So while the growth has been immense, I believe that there is still quite a bit more that we can go.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Pak Hans. Now, I would like to go to Ms. Megawati. Ms. Megawati. So, just to set the context for our audience as well here, how crucial is cloud in the functioning of a society and business today globally and in Indonesia, knowing that cloud has experiences maybe in our neighboring country like Malaysia, for example, and cloud can play a very important role as well in advancing Indonesia's organizations in its digital transformation, with the initiatives of digital transformation, with the highest level of security, which is also very important, scalability, and not to forget environmental sustainability offered by cloud. So how important is it?
Okay.
Just scream out loud.
All right, okay. Hi,
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. So thank you so much for this opportunity to talk in a UOB event. It's actually very exciting for us as Indonesians, right, to host this, because it shows the presence, the importance of Indonesia in the ASEAN economy. And to be frank, one of the things, because I actually lead Google Cloud. Last week I was still leading the business for Indonesia and Malaysia, but this week I got promoted. I'm now running Southeast Asia for channels and strategic partnerships. But one of the things why it happened was actually because of Indonesia. So if you think about it, and actually at least for Google Cloud context, Indonesia contributes more than 50% of our business in ASEAN. So if you understand that, that means that if you combine Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, everybody else is still smaller than the Indonesia cloud market.
Wow.
That is a very significant fact, okay? Thank you. But why is it so important? We showed earlier whereby we have a very young generation, right? We talk about 60% of the population is less than 35%. And one of the greatest things that I'm sitting here with Pak Hans is that GoTo is one of my biggest customers. So if you look at them, right, they focus on the core business, ride-hailing, GoPay, and the rest of it. But the fact that they are putting their workloads on Google Cloud is a showcase of the security, the reliability, and the confidence that they have on cloud. And like I know that a lot of companies, including a lot of banks, they're worried about this security, compliance, and stuff like that. But we actually have that in Indonesia. So Indonesia, we're able to grow, and not only because cloud can unleash the innovation that we have. So if you think about it, one of the things that all of you are looking at possibly, if I can look at a show of hands, may I know how many of the audience here are using Gmail?
Gmail?
How many of you are actually using Google Map?
Google Map? Anyone using Google Map?
Yes?
Yeah, we are lost in this world
Think
without
about that.
Google Map.
How many of you are watching YouTube from time to time?
Oh, YouTube.
I watch
daily
BTS all the
consumption.
time. So, okay, so if you think about this, 9 products and services from Google are used by more than 1 billion users across the world concurrently. And you think about that, the reliability, the availability, and security are all there, because otherwise people will not want to use it. Now, other than that, think about the generative AI phenomenon that we are watching, right? A lot of people, I go to CEOs of companies across the region, and one of the things that's very interesting is not an IT problem, it's not an IT topic, it is a CEO topic. Why is that important? Because it's able to create new innovation that never seen before. So if you look at the era, we talk about internet as the first era. Second is mobility, right? If you think about it, the mobile apps. A long time ago, some companies, they created Lipo Shop, if you remember, when you're old enough, you remember that. But at that time, handphones are not readily available. That's the creation of mobile app. Now everybody is, I shop in Tokopedia a lot, yeah, Pak Hans, yeah. I'm like a premium member. But if you think about this, all these stuffs are happening because of the availability of computing. So with generative AI, you can even do even more. You're able to generate stuff. So a lot of people ask me, what's the difference of AI and generative AI? A big difference is that you're able to use information that's now available. It can create something new, create new images, new contexts, new text, and everything else. And that's why the impact to the society is tremendous. That's why Indonesia becomes a hotbed of a lot of investment for data centers, cloud region. And of course, one last thing if I can add, data is always increasing. It will never go down. So if you want to invest, this is the best time to do it in here, especially in Indonesia. Thank you.
Okay, so if you want it, you have to invest in Indonesia. All right, because IT is a matter of the CEO talks, not lower than that, because it sets the direction, right?
Sets the direction.
Yeah.
And it's very important because once the CEO sets the direction of where the company wants to go, everybody follows.
All right.
And that actually is a deepening matter, right? And right now, because of Gen AI, a lot of people are saying, hey, is this just a concept? Is this a philosophy? It's not. The use case are already here. We are actually doing a lot of stuff with the local companies, and of course, across the globe, we are also doing it with General Motors, with L'Oreal, and a lot of other companies. So I don't see why Indonesia and a lot of ASEAN countries, and I'm glad that a lot of other people here, other countries come here, I think it's a time whereby we're able to grow and innovate even much faster because we don't have a legacy behind us. This is the time to do it now. And if we do it right, if we are able to innovate and adopt the right technology, it would guarantee us our growth for the next 5 to 10 years ahead.
Okay.
And ASEAN as the hotbed for innovation.
We better listen to Ibu Megawati. I like your vibes, by the way. Okay, thank you, Ibu. Now, of course, in this transition era, the role of central bank has become very important in adapting into the new situation where newcomers come in. By the way, congratulations, you have launched the e-licensing so that everyone will be easy to invest and for the every layers of the process as well. But certainly, BI, Bank Indonesia, faces challenges as it has to integrate the Indonesia central banking systems as a whole in this changing era. Evolution of central bank's policies need to be made, and the digital era becoming challenges in services as well from BI. So what are the BI priorities, Pak? Seeing all this developing, all the changes in the digital economy.
Thank you for the question. Let me also express my gratitude to UOB for having me this afternoon. Talking about digitalization, for us, the most critical one now is the payment system. So, in 2018, during the new governor, Pak Ferry Warjo was inaugurated at that time, he thinks how to reshape the payment system in Indonesia to accommodate all those kind of activities from Pak Hans that already mentioned, and technology from the Ibu Megawati explained, how we reshape our payment system industry. Because all the activities need to be settled by secure and of course reliable payment system. So we launched the blueprint of system pembayaran. We call it blueprint, BSPI, blueprint sistem pembayaran Indonesia, payment system blueprint of Indonesia. It has outlined all the critical aspects that need to be developed in the 5 years up until 2025. The most critical one is how to establish the modalities to facilitate all the transactions. Let me also saying that we are lucky at that time. We decide to choose Chris as our game changer in payment system. Why we talk about Chris as a fortunate instrument that we choose? Because the technology can provide any kind of possibility to facilitate the payment system. But we choose Chris. Why? Because first of all, it requires integration between players. And at that time, every single QR already in the market, every bank have their own QR, but they cannot talk each other. So we launched the QR, Chris, quick response, code Indonesian standard. So it must be standardized. So it can talk each other. Right after it was launched in August 2019, the pandemic hit our country severely. We facilitate all the e-commerce transaction, or kind of what we call it, digital transaction that maybe at that time Tokopedia and Gojek was the the market leaders that need to be facilitated in the in the economy. Yeah. That's the first fortunate decision that we make. Secondly, Chris also give the accessibility to the, of course, small medium enterprise. We're talking about the accessibility to the people in the rural area. We talk also how to expand to the the dispersed geographical challenge in Indonesia. Yeah. Because the potential buyer is not in Java. Yeah. Maybe Pak Hans can also explain about that. We need to reach out to the remote area. The buying power of the people outside of Indonesia also big. That from our data. 81% from our data tell that they're under the categories of micro, small, medium enterprise. 81%. And Chris is a kind of the instrument that provide the high frequency, low value. So it means that the transaction quite huge. The number of the transactions is quite huge. 70% out of around now 1 billion transaction is for MSME. 81%. Yeah. But the value is around 30. So it means that they facilitate clearly the people in the what we call it in the bottom of the pyramid. That's the second fortunate that we already identify. Thirdly, now it can be integrated to any kind of system. We are talking the regional payment connectivity around the ASEAN. The first instrument that can be connected is Chris.
Yeah.
It's already done with the Thailand, Malaysia, and the near future with Singapore.
Cross borders.
Cross border. And now our office quite busy, to sortir or kind of, to sort all the requirement that try to connect between other countries. China, India, Japan, they already see that the effectiveness using Chris in the regional transaction, especially for the people in the mobility, as you mentioned, transaction between tourism, MSME, and of course from the economic activities, we can of course adjust. The size of the Chris, it can be adjust.
Right.
Now the ceiling is about 10 million rupiah.
Okay.
But if needed, it can be increased easily, no problem. As long as all the infrastructure provider can agree on the system.
Okay, Pak. We talk about investments,
Yes.
as also mentioned by Bu Megawati. So we know that BI is always closely working with Kemenko, the Ministry of Finance. So how is the government creating an investor or business-friendly environment in Indonesia and making the investors feeling, like home when they come here and invest?
Okay. My background was a banking supervisor. The way that we conduct the supervision in banking area now is quite different with the payment system industry. Our main pillar in the framework of the blueprint, there is 3 pillars. First is growth, secondly is stability, and the third is inclusion. When we talk about growth, it means that we try to facilitate any kind of investment in the payment system, any kind. They can be, the front end, they provide the instrument, They can be in the middle and provide the channel.
Right.
And they also can be the back end, provide the technology like Bu Megawati. So we invite them based on the principle base, not based on what we call it rule base. If you're talking about banking system, it's all about rule base.
All right.
Every single activity needs to be supervised and checked. But in the payment system, up until now, we think that principle base is more suitable. Meaning that they can have their own innovation, come to us, we discuss in the sandbox, we discuss on the, in the process, try to understand what is the risk, what is the benefit, the impact to the economy, and then they can decide whether it can be launched or not.
All right.
And then we also provide a kind of, facilitation for them. So it means that we are a kind of open market for the payment system, but along the way we also maintain the risk. Again, the stability is about how to measure the risk based on the growth.
Okay.
That's our approach to, again, to make our market conducive.
All right, Pak Diki, thank you so much. Now I'd like to go to Terence, the very end, very far. Okay, so UOB adopts an all-value chain approach and to banking and technology sector. Could you share where you see the opportunities for investment and growth across infrastructural and service front, maybe with accompanying data to all of us?
I think as we look at digital infrastructures or even the digital ecosystem itself, it is actually a very wide and diverse area. And from the perspective of that, if, as a banker itself, looking at such a wide and diverse ecosystems, we need to understand how to break them down into building blocks. And the way we look at digital infrastructure and digital ecosystem and digital economy is that there are three key building blocks that can be defined and that can be supported in a more focused manner. So the very first one is the digital infrastructure. When we talk about digital economy, we are talking about connectivity, we are talking about data communications. We also need to know that how these data are being hosted and managed as well. So we are talking about supporting the cloud computing players, hyperscalers, in their needs of managing such data as well as the connectivity that is required out of this whole build-out of the ecosystems. We will know that there's a need of data centers, and the way they identify data centers requirement is that they will define a cloud region within a certain country, and within the cloud region itself to identify what is the availability zone. That is to ensure that there is good latency, there is good reliability with regards to what kind of services they are offering. So when we look at digital infrastructures, this is where the bank can actually look at it on a very much more supportive manner because we are a capital provider. We are also be able to enable them to build that kind of infrastructures in the form of designs that will support the economy. So from the very baseline, the infrastructure is where we look at to build and support the economy itself. And then we will come up to what we call a platform, a cloud platform, and usually it's being defined as what is a hyperscaler business model. Hyperscalers are what they do in terms of creating a virtual environment whereby businesses, enterprises, and even individuals like us can actually interact inside there and do the things that we want to do. Hyperscalers like Google, Microsoft, Amazon, they have very defined Indonesia as the country that they have determined cloud regions to be built within this country itself. They have done that for many years ago already. And it is not just that. We are also seeing Chinese players, Huawei Cloud, Tencent Cloud, Alibaba Clouds, they're all coming here. Mainly because Indonesia itself is a very deep and a very large market. You will have the opportunity to benefit from the size and the opportunity to create scopes out of that with regards to digital services and the kind of value add that you can add on. So as we understand how hyperscaler design their infrastructure, as well as how they are able to work with the enterprises to be able to help them in their digitalization journey, you will see that that's where they become the center of the ecosystems. We as a FI, as a bank itself, we are also a stakeholder in that digital ecosystems. We always look at opportunity that we can partner with hyperscaler to really look at the win-win propositions that we can do as a partnerships. We have our own network. We have our own capability with regards to financial services and product that can enable hyperscalers to ensure that their adoptions of their environments and their services and their network to the enterprises and all the way down to the consumers. So this is how we look at in terms of pairing that together. Besides the supplier in terms of infrastructures, how do we work with them to go into downstreams in terms of the enterprise clients as well as consumer clients may be. So as we see GoTo, there's a very strong platform. And we can also see that beside the Western hyperscalers and the China's hyperscalers is coming into Indonesia itself, we also see a lot of unicorns that is being built out and created, a very strong unicorns that is already established here in Indonesia itself. GoTo is one of the largest, and there are others as well. It is all because Indonesia itself is a very deep and very large market that actually can harness the potentials for such platforms to reap the best benefits of it.
Right.
We as a banks will want to support that.
Thank
and
you.
right down to the last layer, which is the enterprise.
Oh, yeah.
We are talking about applications like Zoom, like payment systems. These are all that is needed to interface with the business processes of the enterprises as well as the operations processes. That's where we are trying to work with some of these application service providers to enhance the adoptions of sub-services in the enterprise sustainability journey as well as digitalization journey. So that's how we'll go about doing it.
Okay, Pak Terence, thank you so much. Now, we see now the world is digitally convergent. So I'd like to go back to you, Pak Hans. So what can the businesses do to actually plug into the digitally convergent world as you see it right now? Well, it's multi-platforms. Everything is being used. So what do you think the businesses can actually plug into and how?
Sure, thank you very much. I think before I respond to that, I just would like to share a few thoughts, react to what Pak Diki has mentioned earlier. And I see this from the point of view of a market player. Right? I think what we found to be very helpful coming from the regulator, in this case the central bank, are two things. One is the clarity of the roadmap moving to the future. Chris, as Pak Diki has mentioned, has been shared. Of course, it was launched in 2019, but the socialization and discussion happened before that. And not only that, right, but there's no BI fast and so on and so forth. So there's a very clear roadmap of what the central bank wants to do in terms of the payment systems of the country. As a market player, I find it to be extremely, extremely helpful. Because the one thing that is helpful for us is clarity and certainty. And so far, the Bank of Indonesia has been quite consistent in implementing this massive blueprint.
Thank you.
The second thing I'd like to appreciate, again, not just because Pak Diki is here, is that the SLA with the regulator is very clear. And from my understanding, this has taken a lot of effort. But recently, earlier in the year, the Bank of Indonesia has set very clear SLAs on the response times for some of our applications and approvals. Game changer. Because with that, what it brings for us as a market player is certainty and clarity of timing. Now, coming back to your question, if I look at Indonesia, okay, the question is, what can market players do to jump onto the digital ecosystem in Indonesia? Let me start with just a few facts. So Indonesia has 270 million population. I think everybody knows that, of which the research states that there are 190 million Indonesians who are in the productive population. So that is really the addressable market. 190 million people is the addressable market. But you multiply that with two other factors. The first is that the GDP of Indonesia per capita is now in the mid-4,000s. If we continue a certain rate of growth, we will hit the magical 5,000, 6,000 limit over the next decade. That's when really, as proven in many other countries, there's sufficient disposable income where all of the services that we market players would like to provide will find consumers. So we're not that far away from that critical watershed, GDP per capita. Now you multiply that again with another fact, which is based on recent research that it says that
this is amazing stat. I was quite shocked when I saw this. It says that for the average Indonesian aged between 16 to 64 years old, they spend a stunning 7 hours, or more than 7 hours a day on their phones, right, on their mobile devices.
Guilty as charged, yes.
Wow. And of course, smartphone penetration is 99.4%, so essentially 100%.
Wow.
So when you zoom out, what we have is we have a large addressable population of 190 million, and this addressable population is reaching 5,000, 6,000 GDP per capita, where their demands and needs will be unlocked. And the way that they prefer to consume information or to consume our products and services is clearly through the phone, because they're spending 7 hours a day on it. So I think these are some of the macro statistics that we should consider how to plug into. Speaking for fintech space, because I'm in the GoTo Financial, we think about this a lot. We think about how can we enable this next wave of this young population who are digitally savvy, on how we can tap on to serve their needs. I think the biggest question here biggest learning I would say, in terms of how to tap this market, is not to start off with saying, what is it that we can provide? But flip it around and say, who are these users and what do they want?
Yeah.
It sounds very cliche, but it's very true. One example, GoPay, we launched our standalone payments app in July of 26 this year. Prior to that, we have always been an embedded payment use case inside the Gojek application and inside the Tokopedia application. I can tell everyone here that the GoPay app that we ended up launching in July is quite a bit different from what we had envisioned. We ended up with an app that was significantly decontented. It is a much smaller app. It's 1/3 to 1/4 the size of the Gojek app or the Tokopedia app. And it had very basic services that were easy because that's what the consumers wanted. When we were starting the drawing board, we had all kinds of fancy ideas, right? What's happening in the world? What are the best practices from the various different countries that we wanted to bring into Indonesia? When we went to do the market research, including part to tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities, the response was very clear. Like, what do I need this for? So it really forced us to reevaluate, and we need to understand that even as being a local player in Indonesia, we have our own biases. We sit in Jakarta, we sit in South Central Jakarta, and the way to find product market fit with what we are trying to provide to the market is not by pushing, but really trying to understand what exactly is going on the ground and how we need to tailor our services accordingly. I think that's a very, very valuable lesson that we have learned. Hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Hans. Very interesting. So now we see the growth is at an unprecedented level, and Indonesia with the very productive age coming in as well. Now I'd like to go to Ibu Megawati though. So Ibu, where do you see the growth opportunities, right, in ASEAN, of cloud in ASEAN and in Indonesia? Is there any particular industries or application, data unification, and generative AI, for example? Maybe you can share some experiences from other countries?
So I think one of the things that we found, there are 3 areas. So first is data, okay? So if you look at how data is being used, it's not about storage anymore. It's not about putting some data in some warehouse. That's not the best use of data. The best use of data is to see what you have done and use that to extrapolate for future trends, future prediction. So the data analytics capability has increased dramatically. Everybody wants to know about how their production is going, what's the supply chain, how's the delivery, are we on time, how's the customer service experience. All this information, a long time ago, is stored somewhere, and nobody touches it. But the best way is that use this data, try to refine it, and try to see how we're able to make better service level for our end customer. So that's number one, okay? And even more so in Indonesia, or maybe across Southeast Asia, you see a lot of conglomerates. Do you find that, maybe some of you are here in this audience, whereby you have so many entities, so many companies, you have end user within each company, but do you know how to use those customer information and to drive new business model by combining all this customer data in a unified data platform, right? Because it's all there already, but people are not using it, not leveraging it. So data analytics is one. Secondly, when you have a huge data sets that's available, people now try to build center of excellence. Then the next step to what you're saying is the generative AI. Generative AI must have some basis, because it cannot create something from nothing, right? So from there, then you're able to do generative AI. Something that I want to share specifically for banking. I mean, now that we're in front of UOB, right? One thing that's interesting is that there's no such thing about target audience anymore. Because a lot of times when we do not know intimate customer information or know your customer, people are trying to say, okay, this is a custom profile, this is the demographics, this is a location, this is a job. However, this is a time whereby increased personalization is even more important. So right now, what we say is not a segment for teenagers or for working people, it's a segment of one. Segment of one. And that's actually very defined. And in terms of a hit rate, it's much, much higher. I also have a joke, right? People, when you look at the mobile app, you have icons in that. But do you know the young people, they don't click on that anymore? They swipe, right? They have a swiping culture. Yeah. They have a 3-second attention span. That's it. And if you want to tap into this young generation, if you're not adapting to how they behave, you will lose that audience. And that's the audience of the future. The last but not least, when you have all this data, the first thing that you need to think of is the security. Please do not have all this data and make it so vulnerable. You've seen that in many cases. I read, you've seen like the casino in Las Vegas, all this ransomware, that's happening. When you have a lot of information, people will try to attack. So the last thing that we see that's very critical up there in many, many companies' mind is security. Making sure that you have all this information, but it's not being attacked or you're not under ransomware. So these are the 3 areas that we see very big right now. In terms of the industry, to answer your question, I see a lot of demand from financial industry, whether it's traditional banks or like fintechs, okay? So these are the 2 areas, and each is trying to accelerate the adoption. And in Indonesia and across Southeast Asia, we talk about financial inclusion. How are you able to include new customers without building a bank, without a branch? Those are the things that you need to do. And how are you able to provide that access? So that's on the financial industry. Then we talk about manufacturing, talk about retail, you talk about logistics. It's actually across. And all these industries, you can see, are being touched by technology in many, many ways. So this is the time to leverage the innovation and tap on in the potential of these industries.
All right, well said. Thank you very much, Ibu Megawati. So now let's use the remaining minutes to actually answer the questions from our audience. Thank you very much for the enthusiasm and the participation. Let's have number 1 question here. Most understand the potential of a digital economy, but likewise the complexity of regulating it. This is from Adil Drouaush from JC Group. I'm sorry, I don't know how to say your name. We are now making sure we have in place regulations that won't impede the speed of growth. Can we have Pak Diki to answer this?
Okay. Thank you so much for the question. This is really challenging question actually, yes. Again, when we try to regulating the payment system, we use the different approach with the banking system, as I mentioned before. When we talk principle-based, it means that same product, same activities, same risk, same regulation. So we need to understand every single transaction that can be done by the industry, meaning their product, their activity, their behavior. Then we apply the same risk management. We apply also same kind of approach when we do some examination. We do the random check, we try to identify the behavior, we collect all the data. Let me also, using Ibu Megawati explanation about data. What is the beauty about the digital payment system? Is data. We can collect, any kind of transaction data. In the near future, if you see our blueprint, we try to establish the payment ID, meaning that every single transaction can be tracking to the originate, players that make the, not the player, the person that make a transaction. Meaning that every single person in Indonesia can be tracking what kind of behavior that they, using their instrument for the payment system. Like Pak Hans, maybe he likes to go to, let's say, Senayan Mall, go to the golf court. We can track every single transaction that Pak Hans using the payment instrument. We can, track.
Yeah.
Again, with using the, we have the Dukcapil. Dukcapil is a kind of, the central data for the people in Indonesia.
Yep.
So meaning that we can track any single, people that do the transaction in Indonesia. So it's important, like Bu Mega explained, we will use AI to analyze what kind of, information that can be extract from the database. That's the way that we also place in regulation to understand about, again, the growth, but of course, we need to maintain the stability at the same time.
All right. Thank you, Pak Diki. Now, we have the next question here from Anonymous, very shy person, but having question. Agree on the cloud needs on benefits, but on the thing we do have enough data centers to accommodate the cloud needs. Do we have enough data centers to accommodate the cloud needs? If so, how big is the gap and how much more we need? I guess Ibu Mega will answer this.
Okay, sure. All right, I think in terms of the capacity, the availability, what we need is actually the availability in the country. But to be frank, the idea about cloud is all up there. There is no limit to how much you're able to put on the cloud. There's no such thing. So it's very different when you talk about public cloud and your own data center. So some of you may have your own server room or data center. You will think about when you want to launch a new application. A lot of times your IT people will say, hey, I need to do this, the capacity, the sizing, and I need to purchase a certain size of servers, I need to prepare the network. When you talk about cloud computing, you take away that problem because that will be provided to you without any limit. To be frank, for example, we work a lot with GoTo. They have promos. Last time you have 10, 10, 11, 12, 12. When they tell us today, hey, I'm going to have a promo, for example. Not only tomorrow, this afternoon, we can provide that computing power already. That's how limitless and elastic that can be. In addition to that, that means you put that as a variable cost, right? When you don't need that, you can cut, you can save that cost. So with that in mind, actually, there is no such limit that in the conventional way. And that's why we always recommend it. And I hope Pak Diki is able to support, right, from BI, right?
Yes.
Because if we're able to have a much more cloud-friendly regulation, it would unleash a lot of potential that's actually required by the innovation. And that's actually can be only be provided by cloud computing. So there's no limit. So don't worry about that. You just call Google Cloud. I will give you my number. You tell me today, I will provide it you this afternoon.
Take her number, everyone. All right. So I guess we have to sum up this session. So indeed, Indonesia still needs to foster its dynamic with highly skilled and inclusive digital society and to accelerate. But thank you very much, Bank Indonesia, for having the evolution as well and trying to be relevant to this very changing situation. And also we've seen how this can open opportunities from the business and the market players as well, and the importance of having clouds, because it's not only a matter of storage, but also what can we do with the data that we have. So thank you very much, Pak Diki, Pak Hans, Ibu Megawati, Pak Terence, or Mr. Terence, thank you. And let's give a big round of applause for my set of panelists for this session. I would like to invite you all to stand up and move a little bit just in front of the steps, that's right. And we have an appreciation, token of appreciation for all of you as we invite one more time Mr. Harapman from UOB Indonesia, and we'll also have our photo opportunity. Terima kasih Pak, thank you very much. Pak Hans, terima kasih banyak, thank you Pak. Pak Hans, thank you very much. Very mind-opening. And next to my fellow female, thank you very much, Ibu Megawati. Thank you very much. Okay, let's have a picture together. Pak Terence, you don't get a play card, but let's squeeze in. Let's squeeze in. Okay, and move a little bit to the right. That's right, and let's have the picture together. Don't forget to smile, ladies and gentlemen. All right, one more time. One more time, done? Okay, thank you very much, thank you. Terima kasih, Pak Haraman, sekali lagi terima kasih banyak. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, that was the 2 panel sessions, and I hope it's enlightening. I hope it gives you more motivation to invest in Indonesia. And now my time is up. I would like to hand it back over to my beloved MC, Rory Ashari.
Thank you, Alia. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Rahma Alia. Alia, things that are heavy to digest became easy to digest because of your moderating style. So thank you very much for the moderation for these 2 panel discussions. All right, it were 2 discussions on adding value to commodities and unleashing the power of digital economy, and we become more optimistic than ever that this region is unleashing and unlocking its highest potential. So, ladies and gentlemen, we believe that this conference has been insightful and also beneficial for you and your business. And in business, we know that networking forms new possibilities and leads to new partnerships, which fuels business growth. And that is why it gives me a great pleasure to welcome Mr. Harapman Kassan once again on stage, Wholesale Banking Director of PT Bank UOB Indonesia, to close today's plenary session and introduce a specially curated networking segment of the conference. Once again, please welcome Mr. Harapman Kassan.
Selamat pagi, even though I know it's a lunchtime, yeah? Okay, Honorable Excellencies, government and business leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to extend our appreciation to everyone who has spent precious time today with us, and our distinguished speakers who have shared valuable insight, tapping on their respective area of expertise. There are a lot of fruitful takeaways to bring home, but most essential is the need for togetherness, which enable us to bring ASEAN to the next level of growth and unlock its full potential. UOB expertise and deep regional knowledge connect clients to regional and global opportunities, responding to any challenges that may impact their business. This is what makes us the one bank for ASEAN. Earlier, the minister have reiterated that the government is committed to facilitate investors in support of inbound investment to Indonesia and continue to implement policies that are favorable to business. We heard from our expert panelists about the importance of creating added value in the commodity sector, from upstream to downstream, to foster a vibrant economy, with leveraging digitalization to unlock new business streams in the new technology-driven economy. This year's Gateway to ASEAN event has reaffirmed the combined strength of ASEAN and Asia, including Greater China. Leveraging continued partnership between government, industry, and business leaders, we believe the sound vision, mission, expertise will continue to be a driving force for the global economy. The final segment of today's conference is dedicated to exploring solutions that could accelerate your pathway into ASEAN at the UOB marketplace. But before we enter the marketplace, Rory, our host, will provide a quick introduction of what you can expect and how to take advantage of every booth. Each booth has been curated with a different aspect of doing business in ASEAN, and invite you to join me, our colleagues and partners at the marketplace shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers and guests, on behalf of UOB, we sincerely express our gratitude for the present and insightful learning from the Government of the Republic of Indonesia, the ASEAN Secretary General, BCG, Great Wall Motor, Goto, Google Cloud, and last but not least, all our colleagues at UOB. I hope that you enjoy the conference so far and look forward to continuing this fruitful engagement over lunch at the marketplace. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Pak Harapman, for the closing remarks, and I believe that we will leave or walk away from this conference appreciating the many opportunities that ASEAN brings and how UOB, the one bank for ASEAN, is here to connect you to opportunities for business growth within and with ASEAN. And for those of you who are joining us online or via broadcast TV, would like to say thank you for your participation, and we hope to see you again next time in our next event. So thank you so much for those joining us online or via broadcast TV. Now for our guest here, before we move to our next segment, we would like to invite you to please take a couple of minutes to fill up a short feedback form to help us improve your future event experience. As you may have known that there are two QR codes on your table. Please focus on the QR code containing the feedback form. There are only 5 questions and 2 additional short questions for you to fill up, and it will be beneficial for every one of us, especially for UOB, to improve your next event experience. Now you may scan the
In business, it's not just what you know. You see, the right partner can help you make the right connections, which open up new frontiers of trade, increase distribution channels, and create opportunities for progress. So turn to a bank that has connected business across ASEAN and beyond.
I see ASEAN awakening, an economic powerhouse to the world. The ASEAN potential is a result of a multipolar world. Today, ASEAN is still attractive for foreign direct investments. It offers cost competitiveness, a growing young population, and a rising middle income. Despite the pandemic, ASEAN could grow its FDI inflows by over 40% in 2021, setting a new record against pre-pandemic times. ASEAN is the third largest FDI destination after the US and China. The total trade value of ASEAN is close to $2.5 trillion. Singapore as a transshipment hub and financial center saw about $1 trillion in trade volume alone. The potential of ASEAN is also due to greater technology adoption, and there's a growing potential for ESG transition investments estimated at $1 trillion. We have helped clients unlock ASEAN's potential, and I hope to see many more achieve the same success. We are ready to support with our regional capabilities. We have a foreign direct investment advisory unit to help our clients to set up in new markets. We also have product capabilities and systems across cash, trade, and supply chain management. And our people have deep sector and local market knowledge to address pain points and provide banking solutions and services. Our clients are also supported by dedicated ESG teams on their transition plans. Today, with China emerging as the second largest economy, integration with ASEAN will serve as a new growth engine. We continue to see increasing trade flows between China and ASEAN at about $900 billion. The rich natural resources of ASEAN allow it to benefit from the trade with both China and the West. However, it also has a diverse culture, language, and regulations. So what businesses need is to make that diversity work for them. What we would like to do is to connect our clients to cross-border trade with and within ASEAN. We want to build the future of ASEAN together.
长城汽车是 SUV 和皮卡制造企业，业务涵盖燃油车、智能与新能源汽车的研发、制造和销售等等。长城汽车连续6年全球销量突破100万台，业务遍及欧洲、中东和南美60多个国家。自2013年以来，东盟一直是我们全球化计划的一部分，因为它的连通性为我们带来诸多的好处。当然了，我们需要一个当地的合作伙伴的支持。非常幸运的是，我们找到了大华银行。
大华银行早在2018年就开始与长城汽车建立银行业务关系。通过长城汽车金融公司的银团贷款项目，大华银行和长城开展了更紧密的合作关系以及定期的对话交流。当长城汽车收购通用汽车集团在亚洲的制造工厂时，大华银行中国和大华银行泰国相互合作，为长城泰国提供了更多元化的融资渠道。
新公司进入新的市场并获得当地银行的信贷并不容易。大华银行泰国是最早与我们联系的银行之一，印象最深刻的就是他们的反应快速、一丝不苟。大华及时的资金到位，也让我们后来在当地的融资更为顺畅。对此我们表示感谢。
大华银行中国和大华银行泰国携手合作，跨越语言障碍以及文化差异，为长城提供咨询服务和量身定制的解决方案，其中就包括资金的筹集以及国内母公司的担保，以支持在泰国初期的汽车生产和品牌推广。
我们在泰国亲身体验了大华银行便捷和高效的服务，例如他们不遗余力地加快审批流程，甚至将文件直接送到我们的家门口，让我们能够在疫情肆虐的情况下顺利开展业务。相比之下， 我们在另一个市场用了4到5年的时间，才在当地银行的信贷方面取得突破。
长城汽车计划将业务进一步拓展到东盟和印度。大华银行是长城可持续融资的合作伙伴，我们会协助长城对东盟甚至国际的扩张做好充分的准备。
凭借泰国罗永的高科技生产工厂，长城将以东盟为中心，进一步扩展到世界的其他地区。有了大华银行在东盟的连通性，我们绝对可以通过他们的支持和专业知识，继续在该地区扩展业务。
Here in Indonesia, Vietnam, India, Bangladesh, and obviously not forgetting Singapore, our headquarters here.
That's impressive, Mr. Tan.
Thank you, by the way, for coming all the way from Indonesia, which is actually a birthplace for Jaffa Group more than 50 years ago. We are an integrated livestock producer across the region. So it's very interesting that actually our relationship starts from outside of Singapore. Over time and very quickly, in fact, it grew into a global relationship.
Yes, we grew the relationships to the group's business in Indonesia, Singapore, and Vietnam, and also Jaffa sister company in China.
Over a short period of time, within 5 years, I think UOB has developed, I call it a strategic banking relationship with Jaffa Group.
We see the relationship with Jaffa as strategic and long-term, and we view our customer as our partner.
We are also very impressed with your teams. You do have a lot of local knowledge, so you guys understand the local market very well in the countries in which we operate.
UOB's regional connectivity, integrated servicing approach, and our sector expertise allow us to deliver fast and holistic solutions.
Also, I think the area of operation, right, I think coincide. So we do see, there's another area we can kind of work together. So it's not surprising at all that we are able to develop into a strategic regional relationship very quickly.
We try to tailor along the way with Jaffa's business ecosystem. So it caters also the requirement, for example, cash management, FX solutions to enable Jaffa to mitigate risk on the different regions. And also we understand the need for working capital to enable Jaffa's goal to ensure that you have affordable food in Asia.
Yeah, very happy to hear that. As you know, Jaffa's mission and our purpose in life is actually to feed billions of people in Asia. Obviously, we have to do it in a sustainable manner.
Yes, UOB shares the same sustainability value as Jaffa, and we are ready to support you in sustainable financing.
So Jaffa has actually already established a sustainability-linked financing framework. This framework is really important. It is on which that we can build our relationship with all stakeholders on a sustainable basis.
As the one bank for ASEAN, we look forward to supporting Jaffa in driving food security in a sustainable manner.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tan.